The legendary Hollywood director, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, Real Shot. Real Shot. Please subscribe. Vote. When Lemon took a flight back to Los Angeles, the French cinema market was still hot. The main reason was that the subject matter of The Intouchables was very clever, just enough to hit the soft hearts of most audiences. In this regard, it can only be said that the local culture has a great bonus. After a night's rest, when Lemon arrived at the company, he first called Lyman and asked him to keep in touch with the three film companies, Pathé, Gaumont and Europa. In fact, there was not much to talk about. Overseas distribution is still very weak for Blue Butterfly Pictures, so just pay some attention and check more. Sitting in the boss's chair, Joseph greeted him and began to report on his recent work. In addition to daily operations, management and some minor personnel adjustments, Joseph also knew that Lemon's focus must be on the preparation and filming of The Dark Knight, the project that the company attaches the most importance to next year. Now that the actors have taken their places, Nolan is scouting and setting up the scene, while communicating with the main creators to improve the next shooting arrangements. Lemon thought about it and felt that the speed was okay. When Nolan makes a movie, the most time-consuming part is always the preliminary preparation, but the actual shooting is not delayed. According to his memory, the original Time and Space film took more than half a year to polish the script, and after filming, he waited for several months to wait for the release date. Now with Lemon's advice, he can save a lot of trouble. At least, the first version of the script took only 1.5 months to complete. In this way, it seems that it can really catch up with next summer. If it is too rushed, Christmas is also good. It will not be delayed until 2008. After all, it is reasonable to say that the release time of the sequel should not be too delayed. The best sequel shooting mode should be the Harry Potter or 007 series. Shoot one, and then release another one within 2 years, while the momentum is still there. During this period, it will definitely maintain a certain degree of topicality, which is very convenient for publicity and promotion. It's a pity that when it comes to filming movies, some directors are more thoughtful or the overall plan is vague, and they are all slowly increasing the stakes as they shoot, which makes it seem a bit casual. Of course, this is actually Warner's fault. If Firefly hadn't taken over, they would have argued with Legendary Pictures and the main creators, which would have delayed the filming. At present, The Intouchables was successfully released, winning word of mouth and fame, and bringing in a large amount of funds. Her is in post-production. After visiting the set a few times, Sophia has her father to help her, so she is not worried. Moreover, they have already made up their minds to build momentum at the European Film Festival first, and then return to the Oscars to expand their influence. In this regard, Lemon mentioned a few words that the Coppola family has enough energy and does not need to worry too much. In addition, Night at the Museum has entered the post-production stage for a long time. It is estimated that it will be released in theaters at the end of December, just in time to take over the class of 300 and continue to acquire the North American box office market. In addition, there is the screening of The Edge of Society. Then, Pan's Labyrinth is almost coming to an end after a round of operation. It would be best if it has some achievements after the Oscars in February next year. If not, it will actually recover the cost. It's just that there is no way to make money online. After all, the plot is a bit depressing, and it is normal for the audience not to like the tragic tone. After all, crying because of being moved or emotional in a certain plot is fine, but crying for suffering and sadness in the world is not something many audiences have the heart to be tortured. Even if the movie is praised by many film critics, it has won the recognition of word-of-mouth quality. Thinking about it this way, there will be more things to do next year. Illumination Entertainment has just started to develop, and it needs to invest money to cultivate a mature animation production team. After New York Trip and The Walking Dead continue to cultivate the recognition of zombie themes, the second I'm a Hero and I'm Legend also need to be filmed in a planned way. At least the second part must be released in theaters next year. Those fan groups urge them on the forum every day, and they can't be ignored. Oh, no, they have to shoot according to their interest. In addition, Lemon is also a little itchy and wants to make a movie again. Lemon waved his hand, and when Joseph left, he cheered up to deal with some accumulated company affairs. Alas, time is running out. They were busy until the afternoon, except for a short break for lunch. Lemon stood up and stretched his body, still thinking in his heart, next year, Firefly will really take off. He has been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. Nolan is now measuring the route step by step. This scene will be shot with an IMAX camera, so no carelessness is allowed. Of course, another reason is that the scene is too expensive. If it fails, it will not only mean that the scene needs to be rescored and set, delaying the shooting, but also the more than $1 million yuan invested in advance will be wasted. If there are passers-by at the scene, they will definitely be shocked by such a big scene. Because according to the shooting requirements, the abandoned hospital in front of them, which is now bought by the crew, will be blown up, and the kind of waste will be ruined. In order to report the relevant matters, the person in charge of the firefighters fund insurance even went to the scene in person to supervise and evaluate the feasibility of the shooting. In case of an accident, they will be the unlucky ones. According to the insurance agreement, no matter who has an accident in this explosion scene, it means trouble, and paying some money is a small matter. What's worse is that, in order to achieve a sense of reality during filming, Nolan also requested that the frontal shots of the actors should not use a double. Heath Ledger actually nodded in agreement. What a trouble. It's troublesome to meet such a director who likes to shoot in real scenes. Obviously, they have consulted with professionals in the industry. Similar explosion effects can be simulated with special effects, and the scene may be more macroscopic. Unfortunately, Nolan is a person who insists on the concept of real shooting. Not to mention that the shots made by special effects are less delicate. For example, the airwave effect of the explosion still needs to be personally faced with the explosion to capture the picture, and even if he can do it, he doesn't want to. Even if it is more economical and easier, it's just the style of each director. Nolan is not completely without special effects, but why should a scene that can be shot in real life rely on external forces? Of course, he is not a director who is extravagant and completely disregards when shooting. Therefore, at this moment, he led the filming team to simulate the possible situations during filming, minimizing the danger and maximizing the feasibility. The preset explosion point was repeatedly deduced with professional blasting personnel. Then there is a standard for the actor's entrance and exit times. If you rehearse more and make sure they are accurate, there will be basically no accidents. Because the explosives used in filming seem to be very powerful, but in fact they are all within the controllable range. According to the expected design, this scene is the turning point of Harvey's transformation. A bright person will also be swallowed by hatred, and people's instinct drives him to the road of revenge. Or in Nolan's conception, no matter how great a person is, he will inevitably be controlled by selfish desires. But this is also the imperfect existence of human beings. Therefore, instead of talking about Batman and focusing on reshaping this role, the sequel is better to say that it is about such a decadent city and the counterattack of heroes swept by the times. It is also, because this scene is important, that more measurements and calculations are needed. Nolan stood in the open space in front of the hospital, wearing a wide-brimmed hat on his head, looking inconspicuous. But the eyes of the people around him couldn't help but gather on him, waiting for him to give orders. It takes 1.5 minutes to walk from the hall exit to this white line. The set explosion time is 2.5 minutes, which should be enough. Nolan thought to himself, but his eyes were carefully observing left and right, constantly calculating the possibility of each step. This area is already very familiar to him. He has walked back and forth more than a dozen times. But being cautious, Nolan still waved to the blasting team to take a dummy model and simulate it in a track-moving way to see the effect. Although it is not a real detonation, it is completely feasible to experiment with specific parameters on the computer for specific processes. However, some small difficulties were encountered in the middle. For example, because the set detonation time is always slower than the travel time, how to calmly walk outside the white line and then explode is still a test of the synchronization rate. The key problem is that when the actors really go on stage, they may panic and walk too fast. Many of them still don't explode after leaving the white line, which seems a bit silly, or they can't highlight the calculation ability and boldness of the Joker. Of course, there is still time, and we can rehearse more to reduce mistakes. Chapter 727, Full Strength, Subscriptions, Votes. In a blink of an eye, the weekend passed quickly. After the premiere of The Intouchables burst out with excellent box office potential, the cumulative box office reached €73.25 million after the first weekend. Even if the estimated single-week decline of 20% to 30% is used, the performance of this film in the second week will definitely not be too bad. At least it will exceed €100 million. Compared with the expenditure of less than €30 million, including publicity and promotion expenditure, it is almost a foregone conclusion that The Intouchables can make a profit from the box office market. Foreseeing that it is likely to be a big hit, the three distributors, Gaumont, EMI and Europa, immediately came up with a plan for additional screenings. In addition to investing more theater resources and communicating with theaters, they also conducted a questionnaire survey directly to the audience. Compared with the smaller scale of the first survey, this time the survey is larger, covering multiple cities and multiple regions. As a result, the aggregated data shows that The Intouchables is generating a rare word-of-mouth effect. Many people who do not often watch movies are recommended by friends and relatives, and thus go to the theater. Among them, the situation of watching movies in groups of friends is particularly dominant. Nowadays, although film studios like to use media and advertisements to arouse the audience's interest in a certain movie, it does not mean that the spread among the audience is not important. Moreover, the latter is difficult to guide by gimmicks, and mostly depends on the content quality of the film. Therefore, the three film studios communicate with the theaters and have more detailed market data and future trends of the film to support them, so as to strive for more market share. Is it profitable? If the interests are the same, then they are connected. But there are always people who are happy and worried in this world. The big sales of The Intouchables will inevitably squeeze the screening space of other movies, because theaters will also eat according to the food. However, the worried people have different attitudes towards the theater market under this situation. Some people are full of RQ spirit self-consolation, such as it is not too miserable and profitable, and it is okay if they can't compete. Some people are full of the belief that it is caused by the unfairness of the theaters. Guillaume is the latter. His company participated in the filming of The Untouchables, or thriller and crime-themed movie. Before The Intouchables was released, the performance was quite impressive. Although it was not a box office result that could compete for the top spot on the charts, it was still in the top 5. The 3-day cumulative revenue exceeded €5 million. It looked like it would take less than half a month to recover the cost and generate profits. What was the result? Guillaume ran angrily to the house of a theater owner who was familiar with his company. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked with a smile, "Today's schedule and screening scale are not right, Joe." Joe is the manager of the Paris branch of the French Catocus cinema line. When he saw Guillaume coming, he actually knew what the other party would say. It's not hard to guess, isn't it? Especially after dealing with him several times. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Joe explained gently. "Today the headquarters asked us to cooperate with the screening of a new film. It is a science fiction work directed by Steven Van Meter and starring Edward Spies, Jeremy Irons and others. It has a large investment and young audiences should like this type of film." Guillaume said unhappily. "Even so, you shouldn't squeeze the screening of The Untold Story. Dragon Rider is an American movie. Even if the box office is good, how much can you get? The Americans are used to being strong. Moreover, The Untold Story is also a new film. It has not been screened for more than a week, and the box office is not bad." Joe felt a little disdainful when he heard this. The screening arrangement certainly pays attention to the interests of theaters and merchants. Although the share of Dragon Rider is lower than that of The Untold Story, it is more popular with the audience. If the volume is increased, are you afraid that you will not get any money? Besides, a certain amount of space must be freed up for the release of a new film. If you don't reduce the screening of The Untold Story, will you reduce the screening of the most popular The Intouchables? Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Scheduling films, isn't it about which film will perform better? If there are people watching, then naturally there will be more who made The Untold Story disappointing and become the one to be sacrificed. Moreover, it is not the only one that has had its screening reduced. In fact, most of the films at the bottom of the list have had their screenings reduced to a certain extent. Moreover, you are the producer of The Untold Story. Of course, you will verbally promise the expected market effect for your own film in the future, but the theaters can see the results and eat the actual benefits immediately. Joe has been working for so many years and knows this very well. This kind of arrangement relies on the most realistic attendance rate and the number of tickets sold to make the choice. French audiences are chasing The Intouchables, so the screening rate is naturally the first, and the second week has increased to 62%, with 4,200 screens. The second focus is Dragon Rider, with 17% of the screenings. As for The Untold Story, it is already a lot to keep 7% of the screenings. Joe comforted him. It can't be helped. Look at Happy Feet, a cartoon that children loved to watch some time ago. Its screening share has dropped from 22% to less than 4% now. 300 is even lower than 0.3%, and that is also a movie with Lemon's name. Why don't you watch more other movies? Speaking of this, Guillaume became even more angry. Can these be compared together? Happy Feet and 300 have been shown for more than a month, and the peak of screening has long passed. Why don't you talk about their screenings a month ago? Shouldn't movies in the same period be compared with works in the same period? The current situation is that the screening share of The Untold Story is extremely different from the first two. Joe, don't you think this arrangement is unreasonable? The two of them together occupy nearly 80% of the screenings, and so many other movies can only get less than 20%, and the screening time is biased, which is very abnormal. Guillaume said seriously. Joe was still smiling. No, this is the choice of the market and the audience. Think about it. If you give The Invisible so many screenings, can your attendance rate maintain 30%? But these two movies can. The screening situation is very optimistic. Besides, this is not something I can decide. We have our own rules. As long as there are more screenings, why can't The Invisible maintain the attendance rate? Even if it can't, the current arrangement is too outrageous. We were very low a few days ago, and now it's even lower. We are also a new film. Then let me ask you, do you know the proportion of Kotoka's income sources in recent days? Joe asked himself and answered. In the second half of December, The Intouchables contributed nearly 70% of the box office, with an amazing return rate, while The Invisible may only account for 3%, and the return rate can only be said to be average. In this case, if it were you, what would you choose? Guillaume looked at Joe with some reluctance to believe, but his tone of voice was so sure. This shows that Guillaume was a little depressed. He thought that The Untouchables was quite outstanding, but in the eyes of the cinema, the feedback from the investment was not comparable to The Intouchables. If the film was not supported by a certain group of people, it would not even be able to maintain this schedule. Nearly 70% of the cinema's revenue came from a movie. This is even more exaggerated than the popular Titanic back then. Guillaume is no longer thinking about the issue of scheduling or not scheduling. This string of data made him confused. According to this situation, could it be that, after becoming the annual champion, it would also break a box office record? By the way, what is the box office record? In terms of the number of viewers, it seems that the classic World War II comedy The Great Escape 40 years ago had a box office of 173.3 million and more than 17 million viewers. If Outsiders are included, it would be Titanic, with 217.8 million. Suddenly, Guillaume may have some understanding of the powerlessness of other films facing Titanic. No matter how you compare it, it seems that it can't compete, so it's natural to give up the market. Perhaps, it's unfortunate for The Untold Story to be in the same schedule as such a movie. If it faces other hit movies, it may have better results, but with such a work that attracts so much attention, who will pay attention to other things? He can only pray that in the subsequent screenings, he can keep his own schedule and not reduce it anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, The Charm of Regional Culture. Please subscribe and vote. December 28th. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, when most people had not yet gotten up. Luc Besson got up with bloodshot eyes. He was a little tired now, but beneath the tiredness was the irrepressible enthusiasm and joy. Of course, it was not some group exercise that made him tired, but the screening of The Intouchables. Watching the movie harvest and accumulate box office every day is something that people don't want to miss. So, he stayed up late again last night. After a simple wash and breakfast. After going to the company, there was a meeting. At the meeting, the focus of the discussion was still a distribution of The Intouchables. Every time at this time, everyone was in a good mood. In other words, with the estimated possible income, it would be difficult to think that the performance report at the end of the year would not look good. After reporting the market data and subsequent promotion as usual, Luc Besson called the other two distributors after the meeting. In fact, they all meant the same thing, that is, to find a way to make this cake bigger, and if possible, it would be better to replace the work of a local filmmaker to top the list. But now it's just a thought. Over the years, the French film market has been suppressed by films from other countries, which is not good, even if they are businessmen who pay more attention to profit. But it is still difficult to surpass Titanic. After all, the production of films in the past was not as much as it is now, and there were not as many high-quality film sources as now. It is impossible to occupy the most market schedules for a long time. It can only be said that this kind of thing still requires a little luck. With the continuous good news of The Intouchables, several stacker holders have also made great efforts, and Lyman is still somewhat happy. It is a little regrettable that this kind of film has too strong local flavor, and it is not easy to open up the overseas market. But this is not the point. Anyway, Lyman's idea at the beginning was to make a hit movie that could promote the reputation of the local area. If it takes advantage of the cultural differences of audiences in different places, it would be not beautiful. Friday, December 29th, 2006. The box office battle in the North American theater market has begun again. And on this day, there will be several new films. One of them is the comedy film Night at the Museum produced by Firefly, with a total expenditure of about $140 million. Because the film had market potential recognized by theater chains during the internal preview, and signed a joint distribution agreement with Lionsgate and Screen Gems, it was able to screen on 3,800 screens and 42% of the schedule. That night, Lyman stayed in the company, watching the employees go home one after another. He had no intention of leaving. It was very common for managers like him to take the initiative to get off work overtime, and they would not take such a small matter to heart, not to mention that he needed to stay here to get the first-hand market data of the film and formulate subsequent promotion plans. After 1 AM, the news arrived on time. The moment he saw the email report, Lyman was relaxed and in a very good mood. From time to time, he patted the seat and muttered, "Comedy films are really a money-making tool." Lyman repeated this sentence for the third time, because the performance of Museum was really outstanding. On the first day of its release, it achieved a box office of $30.43 million with an attendance rate of over 7.5 and an audience approval rate of over 76%. Even though the media didn't react much, and film critics didn't like this type of movie because of their career choices, Lyman was still very optimistic about the subsequent market of this film. As we all know, if a comedy can be recognized by the audience, its box office will definitely be good. Not to mention that Museum is in the company's plan, and it will launch a sequel. Even the pits have not been filled, and there is still room for the story to be told. If the first film lays a good foundation, wouldn't it be the best weapon to harvest the box office market? The next day, in the Firefly office, Lyman reported to Lyman, "The market data sent recently shows that Museum is likely to be no worse than 300. Well, this means another film project with a global box office of more than 400 million. In other words, the viewing threshold of Museum is very low. It can be said to be suitable for all ages, relaxed and happy, and it is normal for the audience to be more. Lemon didn't feel too excited when he heard it. He knew the potential of this project, and it was mixed with the awakening and contrasting element of Toy Story. Once the market is opened, the prospects will only be bright. This weekend's champion and runner-up are likely to be Night at the Museum and The Pursuit of Fortune. The two have expressed their selling situation, repeating the scene of Happy Feet and Casino Royale not long ago. Lemon took the newspaper, and what was written on it basically summarized the box office situation at this time. Just like the previous two strong competitions, other films took some marginal shares. Except for The Pursuit of Fortune, which has stabilized the screening, other films were squeezed out after the official release of Museum. Despite such a good situation, Lemon has set his sights on other things. How is 300? The global box office has accumulated more than 350 million, but the domestic screening potential has almost been exhausted. In the new week, 300, which had already passed its peak and started to decline, became even more sluggish. Now, it is remarkable to get 600,000 box office per day. It is very likely that it will not exceed $3 million in a week. However, it has begun to make a profit, right? Furthermore, the market share it vacated was basically taken up by the museum. It also triggered an extraordinary market effect during the schedule. After the first day's $30.43 million, the second day's box office revenue was $24.88 million. In short, other studios and industry insiders looked at the film with mixed feelings. Perhaps only Columbia felt better. After all, they also got an unexpected surprise at the end of the year, an inspirational drama, and the box office market was so stable and outstanding. Think about it, in October, Nolan's The Prestige made a small profit at the box office. Although it did not dominate the charts, it was already a success, with a total box office of $111.3 million. Entering November, there is Zack Snyder's 300, and the cumulative box office is about to reach the 400 million mark worldwide. Moreover, because this film sold well in Asia, especially in South Korea, it contributed a lot of audiences. Although the overseas screening may not be as good as North America, and the expenditure is also high, the profit is definitely several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary projects. In December, when it is time to make a summary, a magical comedy Museum can be thrown out, and the box office is also a big hit, earning $55.31 million in just 2 days. With this data and the wide audience of the subject matter itself, few industry insiders would think that it cannot make back the cost. In this summary, Firefly's project production capacity this year has almost reached a new level. Or, just encountered a big explosion? No one can say for sure. Only one thing, this studio finally launched a strong confrontation with the Big Five in the 3-month schedule at the end of the year, and one after another, it proved its marketability. Firefly can no longer be underestimated. Everyone has seen its strength, and the entertainment industry is full of articles and manuscripts praising it. In other words, Firefly has almost become different from other second and third-rate studios. In addition to the lack of overseas distribution capabilities and unstable project output, it is self-sufficient and the number is small. No one doubts that it is another DreamWorks. 3 years ago, it was just like the same director, the same box office hit. Now it has a faint meaning of surpassing. After all, the projects produced by DreamWorks, except for the ones in charge of Spielberg, which may have low risks, are actually mostly loss-making. This is also the reason why DreamWorks can't hold on once it is not going well. Its capital chain is unstable, and it almost relies on a certain movie to sell well, and then supports the operation of other projects. And its rise is almost stepping on the resources obtained by other studios. Scream Pictures, the producer of Emergency, is just a microcosm of this. The huge sales of a movie squeeze out more than a dozen works that are not so impressive, which can be said to be the victims of strong projects. In other words, under the luxurious card of the 3 consecutive bombs played by Firefly, too many small productions and low costs have become cannon fodder. But this is competition. Chapter 729 Toolman No. N. Please subscribe and vote. The museum was a big hit on the screen, winning the weekly charts in the first weekend, and the cumulative box office in North America was 73.25 million, which gave the media more material to report. Although the critics still disdain it, the film has become a big hit. Among them, the main creators of the crew also made a lot of money. For Johnson, it was another comedy actor who could touch 20 million yuan in salary. Afterwards, Ben Stiller came to say a few words of thanks to Lyman. In fact, there was nothing much, except to get closer to each other. The main meaning might be that he could be found for suitable projects in the future, and he hoped to cooperate with Firefly. Similar things are not surprising to Lyman. For actors, good projects are what they pursue. But then again, with the advantage of foresight, it is unlikely that you can step on the yellow line to avoid risks. Firefly Pictures headquarters. In the days before the new year, Lyman went to meet a TV director. After all, Stranger Things is almost ready, and only one role is missing to control the shooting. Moreover, this project is the main series of HBO's spring season next year, and there is not much time left. When the man arrived in the reception room, Lyman greeted him politely. "Hello, Director Zinberg." This person was the one who was finally chosen by Lyman among several candidates, recommended by several agencies. The reason is simple: obedient, experienced, and knows how to do things. Because the script of Stranger Things has been finalized, plus the actors, behind the scenes staff, etc., are all in place, it is unlikely to leave too much room for the director to exercise his power. Some famous and qualified directors probably won't accept similar treatment. But Michael Zinberg is different. In other words, as long as the treatment is satisfactory, people will most likely accept it. This guy has previously directed the first and second seasons of Lost, and some scenes of the second and third seasons of Secret Service. He has always been an episode director who is used as a tool man, and rarely controls the creation of a TV series from beginning to end. Or, this guy's used to doing things for a salary, not picky, and doesn't have so many other thoughts, such as having to get the right to speak for the entire crew, and make a shooting plan, and having to shoot according to his ideas. In addition, he likes to take care of the ideas of the sponsor, never changes the script randomly, and has rich shooting experience. He has been in this industry for 12 years. His wide range of subjects and varied styles are also one of his characteristics. For him, a series like Stranger Things with a bit of science fiction and retro style is not difficult to shoot. However, due to schedule reasons, he didn't have time until the end of the year. The first time the two met, there was actually not much to talk about. After all, Zinberg didn't know much about the progress of the entire crew. The specific situation had to wait until he saw it. After the other party left, Lyman packed up and rushed to the Rust Manor in Beverly Hills. Tonight, there will be a New Year's Eve cocktail party here. It is mainly for company management positions. The second floor of the main house. Eva was still choosing a dress. When she saw Lyman come in, she picked up a slanted collar dress and asked, "Help me see which dress is suitable for tonight." "The burgundy one on the left is good. Is it too bright?" "I think it's just right." After chatting for a while, Eva still chose a burgundy one shoulder style that she liked very much. After 6 o'clock, the manor began to bustle. The main reason was that the company's performance this year was very good, and there must be a big red envelope waiting for them, which is also a tradition over the years. Compared with the kind of open parties, the scale of this cocktail party was very small, and it can even be said that all the guests were the core members of Firefly. Joseph, Liam, Perelman, Ryan, Garsha, etc. Moreover, this year's performance is likely to promote next year's performance, and everyone is more motivated. Soon, Lyman returned to his job. On January 1st, 2007, Lyman took the initiative to spend about $20 million from the account to give a bonus according to the level of position. This way of boosting morale and gathering people's hearts is still quite worthwhile. On the other hand, The Dark Knight has entered the shooting stage, and the editing work of her has been completed. In the theaters, 300 is still struggling to support, the museum is still popular, and The Intouchables is harvesting box office in France and even Europe. In contrast, the audiences in the United States don't like The Intouchables very much. Although it has a good reputation, the actors and creators are not attractive and topical. In addition, it tells a very French story, and even the jokes in it are not easy to understand. The threshold for watching the movie is relatively high, and it is normal that it is not popular. Lyman, on the other hand, saw the market potential of this subject matter and suggested that an American version be released, rethinking the script and inviting local actors to promote it. It is estimated that there will be some profit. Lyman agreed to this, but it will take some time to arrange the project. After watching the rough cut of Juno in the editing room, Lyman returned to the office and was still thinking about when to arrange a schedule for this movie. When Matt saw Lyman, he hurriedly said respectfully, "Boss." Michelsenberg agreed. Lyman nodded to indicate that he understood, and then found Joseph. He was responsible for the new drama project. What did Michael say? He stayed on the set for a long time yesterday. When he left, he was very happy. I think he was very satisfied. Besides, his agent has proposed the conditions for directing. What did he propose? Lyman asked again. The director's salary is not less than $800,000 per episode. There must be a name on the producer position. In addition, the assistant director is recommended by him. Joseph skipped some of the more conventional on-set treatment and roughly talked about the 3 points that the other party cared about most. The former is a matter of money, the middle is a matter of voice and status, and the latter is to arrange for direct descendants, or he has a favor to pass on. He wants $800,000 per episode? I remember that his net worth doesn't seem to be that high. When he was filming Lost, he only made $800,000 for the 2 middle episodes. Lyman shook his brows. Of course, he didn't know him at all. Negotiation, you always have to offer more. Joseph thought about this and said, I think as long as the price is raised to $450,000 per episode, his agent should be able to reach the psychological price. Then give him $450,000 per episode and agree to everything else. Lyman then emphasized, let him cut at least the first 2 episodes for the pilot before March. Also, if the project is completed well, the sequel can be handed over to him, but this is just an intention. Whether it can be achieved depends on his performance. Don't worry, I will point it out. After solving this matter, Joseph left while Lyman left the company and turned to Coppola Manor. Since the last time Her was finished, Lyman had a brief chat with Francis Coppola about the Oscars, and he hasn't cared about it for a long time. Of course, the Oscars are just icing on the cake and a profit platform to enhance the company's brand image. In fact, there is no need to care too much. It's best to get it, but it doesn't matter if you can't. It's just that the treatment is too different, which makes Lyman a little uncomfortable. If it is a fair competition, who would not be convinced if it is indeed not as good as others? But what does it count? Lyman was not so arrogant that the quality of the projects produced by his company was the best, but it was quite annoying to see naked exclusion, several failures, and all because of insufficient connections and weak foundation. In other words, you can not give it, but don't deliberately disgust people. He was always nominated, but in the end he was empty-handed and gave a consolation award. On the way, Lyman also sighed in his heart. A good selection event that should be recognized by the public has become a public relations competition for family background and connections. This is really, I have to follow other people's rules. When we arrived at Coppola's manor, Sophia went out to greet him. After meeting, they talked about her with great interest. Sophia was really satisfied with this movie and had too much to say, especially some of the processes during the filming. For example, Scarlett's dubbing. Lyman wanted to say in his heart that she won the Rome Film Actress Award without showing her face because of this, which shows how popular she is. It must be said that Scarlett's magnetic voice injection is a big plus point for the film. Talking and walking, Francis Coppola was ready. Chapter 730 Oscar Pass, Subscription, Tickets, or thick stack of documents is the pass needed by Oscar Public Relations. In the cigar room, when Francis Coppola took out something, Lyman was really shocked. Because the documents recorded the names, ages and familiar relationships of the judges who could get votes. Although the introduction was not in depth, it was just a few words that outlined a large public relations network. What is the most difficult part of public relations? It is to send the needs to the people who can be won. The former requires you to have a good understanding of the composition of the members, at least to be able to call out the names, know who is who, and what is responsible for which area. The latter is the network of relationships, which are the possible allies and those who are willing to vote. This is like an election. Win over those you should win over, and fight for those you may not be able to win over. As long as the base is large enough and the votes overwhelm other competitors, it is fine. There is no need to master everything. Francis said that it should be helpful to achieve this level. Lemon looked through the papers in surprise and asked, "Do a lot of people have this?" Francis smiled and explained, "Who would collect this stuff for no reason? Many of the people in it are just ordinary people, former industry professionals who have retired, who would ask them for help normally. But the Oscars operating model makes their votes valuable. Since it's profitable, it's inevitable that they will do so." Francis didn't say much, but his meaning was very clear. Since the Oscars began to implement the Academy system to select the winners of the grand prize, there will be smart people who will make a profit from it and try every means to make it a business. Moreover, the Oscars are a business in themselves, and it has a natural interest chain. Others can't just turn a blind eye. After all, you messed up first. Therefore, it is estimated that there are still some people who have similar booklets, such as Miramax, which relies on this to build up the profits of the label. However, in the middle of last year, Disney and Miramax fell out, and Harvey lost his most powerful backer. However, even if it is due to the above reasons and legacy issues, it is enough to surprise Lemon. At least, Firefly has this, so it doesn't have to be confused about who the public relations are. Francis added, "If you didn't apply for too many nominations, I would just say hello to a few old acquaintances, and there would be no need to be so troublesome. The other companies participating in the award will definitely take action, but this matter is not foolproof just by having a goal. Some people stick together very much, and they can't handle it. If they can't handle it." Lemon nodded, which was considered as recognition. Of course he knew. In this information alone, there are Jewish, Italian, black, local white and some British judges, and a small number of people of color from other regions, but settled in the United States. In short, it is so complicated. Of course, Lemon must be happy to accept this sincerity. Firefly really needs such a platform to increase its influence. Even if it is impossible to always win the grand prize, it should not always be excluded from the grand prize. After comprehensive consideration, Lemon felt that the relationship with the Coppola family could be closer. Although it is impossible to be the type of close and intimate, it is still possible to maintain a long-term relatively good and familiar relationship. Therefore, Lemon also said that, if you want to go to Europe to gain experience, don't miss Cannes. I'm familiar with that place. When the time comes, I will say hello to the organizer and see if I can get an opening ceremony premiere. Oh, Francis has nothing else to do now, but just wants to take care of his daughter more. After all, it is too difficult for a female director to go on the director's line without support, not to mention that Sophia is too strong. After being awarded a Golden Raspberry, she refused to appear on the screen. I guess that blow hurt people. Lemon's proposal made Francis very happy. After all, he didn't have many connections at the Cannes Film Festival. After sitting for a while and talking about film creation, Lemon said goodbye and left. Although Francis asked Lemon to stay for dinner or stay overnight, and there was a place to sleep, Lemon felt it was not convenient, and perhaps subconsciously they were not that close, so he refused and drove back. The next day, after the first version of Juno was edited, Jason Reitman took the initiative to invite Lemon to watch it. Although he said he would give some suggestions, he was probably a little pleased with himself. He felt that this was the most creative time he had played in all his years of filming, and during the filming, because there were no messy things to disturb him, he felt very comfortable, except for occasionally scolding the actors. Of course, it was filmed well. The subject of Juno is there, and young people nowadays are exposed to sexual knowledge at an earlier age. Among them, some people will try it, and if they try it, there will be accidents. This kind of plot obviously bears the imprint of life. Even if the audience has not been exposed to it, they must have heard of it. So, how to deal with such a subject? Sharp, critical, and opposed. None of them are good. Director Jason's answer is to deal with it in a way that reduces the tension of the subject. It even looks a bit like a youth film and some trivial life fragments. The story is mainly about a high school student who tastes the forbidden fruit and becomes a mother. In the middle, there are branches such as the change of the boyfriend's mind, the advice of parents, and the adoption family. Then Jason Reitman also added some comedy element, such as slang and contrast, to reduce the dramatic conflict. At the beginning, Juno's character is a carefree and cute elf ghost. It shows the unique youth and charm of a female high school student. However, Juno is at the age of transformation from adolescence to adulthood. One day she suddenly made a decision to taste the forbidden fruit with the handsome track and field team member Brick, because she has fantasized several times that she will live with a sunny and handsome person in the future. But they got pregnant without paying attention, and they were still young and in school. It was too early to talk about marriage. After knowing that she was pregnant, Juno showed maturity and calmness far beyond her age. She could sit on the sofa in front of her boyfriend's house with a pipe in her mouth and think of ways seriously. She even opened her mouth to confess to her parents first, admitting her mistakes, and still didn't think about abortion. Although this method is actually very effective, the impetuousness of the subject matter did not affect the calmness of the characters. This film maintains a sense of peace and tranquility from beginning to end. The success of Juno is that it cleverly shifts the audience's attention from sex to a series of thoughts about adolescent growth, love and responsibility, and free choice. In other words, the male and female protagonists in Juno did not escape blindly, nor did they quarrel so much that they didn't want to live anymore or seek death. A group of people worked together to find a solution. For example, the B ultrasound part is the finishing touch. The mother said that no matter what, she should thank God for this gift. She argued with the nurse directly in the B ultrasound room to defend her young and wrong daughter. The design of the lines is even more sharp. Do you think you can be cool by making a film? Don't blame blindly. What can you understand? Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, a mother, at such a time, should be ashamed of her daughter and should blame her daughter with others. But who knows that Juno will not be a good mother? People are willing to take responsibility. From Juno's family to Vanessa and even Juno herself, the film ultimately shows the broad-mindedness and spirit of sacrifice that are unique to women. This is a very positive image creation. Of course, Juno does not make up a completely beautiful world. There are also many realistic aspects in it, such as gossip on campus and some people's pointing fingers. But Juno's unique personality makes it unaffected. This is a brave, self-centered, and carefree female high school student. Moreover, the film also spent a relatively large amount of time describing the feeling of Juno's belly getting bigger day by day, and carefully depicted the process of Juno giving birth. The role of this part is beautification. Think about it, the child grows up day by day, and is easy to leave a lovely impression on the audience from the moment he is born, thereby alleviating the previous accusations and prejudices. Just like people always have hope for beautiful things, and babies are the most likely to have such emotions. It's very loving, isn't it? Chapter 731, a loving youth movie. Please subscribe and vote. The emotions contained in the ordinary and trivial are enough to move people. Babies symbolize hope, hope for the future. After the main film ended, although there were no other extra audiences present, the only spectator, Lyman, took the initiative to applaud and said, "Director Reitman, you shot it very well. Haha, I like this script theme very much." Jason Reitman said with a smile. After the film is completed in post-production, it must be scheduled to be released in theaters. Although Juno has many highlights and humorous jokes, it is generally more plot-oriented. Apart from the ups and downs of emotions, there is no climax design, no big scenes, and no big casts. The audience is definitely biased towards women and adults, mainly between 25 and 35 years old. The secondary audience is teenagers who have feelings about this, and they are adolescents around 14 to 16 years old. This is easy to analyze. Because some movies are aimed at specific audiences, such as Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Warner clearly knows that it should actively approach the youth market, and even the publicity and promotion are for this purpose. Let's talk about Juno again. Compared with ordinary commercial popcorn, its characters are too thin. If we compare it with articles and novels, qualified commercial popcorn are all cool articles. The protagonist must be awesome. It is a common routine to create a civilian hero, not to mention saving the universe. There are also some love and beauty in it. Juno is more like a relatively easy to read prose, which makes people think after laughing. Jason Reitman is undoubtedly a master of prose. The movies he makes always use sharp themes and then reduce the sharpness to tell an interesting story. But this kind of subject matter must not think about pleasing too many audiences, because it has a certain viewing threshold. Of course, having a viewing threshold does not mean failure, but it just means that there are some market restrictions, and the breadth is not as large as the cool article market. Lemon left the editing room and returned to his office. I wanted to discuss the screening arrangement of Juno with Lyman, but Assistant Mace brought another document. After a quick glance, Lemon was somewhat pleased and immediately ordered, "Mez, ask Manager Perelman to come see me. I want to ask him about copyright operations." When Mez heard the word copyright, although he didn't understand, he still ran to the compartment and picked up the phone to inform him truthfully. Since 2004, Firefly has been involved in the offline market and copyright peripherals. But at that time, there was no stable North American distribution channel, and overseas distribution was even more unthinkable. They all relied on other studios to get some leftovers. In this way, it is conceivable that the entire offline income will be divided up layer by layer, and the remaining income earned by Firefly may be less than 1/4 of the entire project. But Firefly has just started, so it is normal to suffer some losses. Just like every newcomer to the circle has to pay some tuition to learn the inner ways and rules, it has not found suitable people in various aspects, and it really lacks independent competitiveness. Later, the acquisition of the recently established North American distribution network of Lyman Films successfully laid the foundation and barely had some offline capital, but due to the constraints of film sources, publicity, and theater resources, life was better, but it was not that awesome. The channel needs to sink, and time to develop. Even the exploration of internet publicity and promotion has only alleviated part of the problem. It is still unlikely to get all the shares belonging to the producer. Compromise, compromise, and compromise again. The so-called development and continuous accumulation will eventually lead to qualitative changes. Finally, the arrival of Melodandry made up for the shortcomings of the lack of acquaintances in the top management. When it started to plan the offline market and copyright operation again, except for the potential of the project itself, other aspects were much better, and it was not neglected in terms of attention and promotion priority. At the beginning of this year, when 300 was about to enter the stage of being released, home entertainment companies such as Blockbuster came up with a cooperation plan to evaluate and promote the sales of 300 DVDs in advance. If we only look at the priority and profit sharing agreement, Firefly is no different from the second tier studios in the past and has risen to the quasi first tier. Even the costs of transportation and labor loss are included in the profit sharing, while Blockbuster only takes 20% of DVD sales and 30% of rental fees, which is lower than before. What does this mean? Firefly has been valued and has risen from an ordinary supplier to a supplier that must be won over. Objectively speaking, measuring the strength and foundation of a studio is not all about competing for financial strength. MGM changed hands several times when it was at its worst, and even the management was not stable, but it still enjoyed the best treatment. Why? As long as the huge copyright library is still there, Blockbuster and other companies cannot ignore it. What's more, they are familiar with each other through cooperation, and personal relationships are sometimes a plus point. Do you know everyone? And this is why Lemon is happy. Blockbuster's ability to re-evaluate Firefly's resource level is obviously an excellent signal. Under the general trend, or Firefly can still maintain the project output and profit share of 2006, so that all parties can happily earn Franklin, who can't help but respect it. Even if it's just a small step. Of course, if you want to be as glorious as the Big Five, there is still a long way to go. To completely turn the situation around, you have to wait until the company that is looked down upon is acquired, and Firefly really embarks on the big pan entertainment business model, and the interests run through from top to bottom, forcing other partners not to give up Firefly. In any case, it is developing in a good direction. After Perelman came, Lyman first asked a few questions about the recent work. In fact, there is not much to report in this regard, and the specific data are all on record. For example, the Saw series is still more profitable offline than in theaters, but its potential is slowly declining. It is probably because the audience is tired of it, or because they have made so many movies that they can no longer show their true colors and can only rely on their old capital. For example, the image authorization of Olive in Little Miss Sunshine is not bad, and some related clothing and dolls have been sold. Another example is that the value of the prestige in the copyright market is relatively low. Except for the profits from DVD and TV pay-per-view, there is no market in other aspects. Of course, Lyman was just looking for a topic to talk about. If you really want to know in detail, he can get a more intuitive feeling by looking at the quarterly market data. So his second sentence is, be prepared, the company will take some actions overseas, and you may need to take more responsibility in this regard. Lyman has been thinking about overseas channels for a long time. In fact, any studio with a little ambition has thought about this. After all, a big cake is always in the hands of others. How to eat it depends on others' mood. If you share it with outsiders, it seems that the income generated by your own production projects should not be taken by yourself. Of course, Lyman is also very clear about the difficulties involved. Sources of films and stable benefits. DreamWorks tried but failed because its own production business was not stable, with more loss-making projects than profitable ones. How could there not be problems? Lionsgate tried and succeeded briefly. At its peak, it was not impossible to say that it kicked Paramount and stepped on Paramount to rise to the top. A Twilight series and a Hunger Games series, holding two big gold mines, smashed all the way to the overseas market. Overseas distribution is difficult, but also easy. Just follow the model of the 5 majors. Looking at their global distribution projects, except for China and Canada, other regions contact local distributors to distribute on their behalf, and then communicate with theaters to reach a profit-sharing agreement. Looking at the dense list of distributors, it is very clear. After all, who has so much money to support a global distribution team? Even if each region is calculated on a smaller scale, at least 3,000 or 4,000 permanent distribution personnel are required in each region. Believe it or not, these salary expenses will drag a studio to death. Isn't it a big burden for the studios to have so many distributors? Therefore, smart people mainly focus on cooperation and interest bundling. For another example, Miramax can do simple overseas distribution. They rely on the network of relationships from major film festivals, direct copyright transactions, and outright sales. However, this model is too troublesome, and it is also a route of rushing for awards and film festivals. Most people can't play it, and those who can play it don't want to do it this way. Chapter 732 Overseas Interest Chain, Subscriptions, Votes, Distribution. As long as you can reach domestic distribution, you will not be unfamiliar with overseas distribution. In the final analysis, this is a process of dividing the cake. I take out a project. Hey, it's very good, the box office is popular, and the audience likes it. Then I ask someone to contact the theaters. You take a little, I share a little, he eats some. After a complete process, all the benefits that should be shared are divided, and then wait for the next cake to appear. But why do so many studios still not explore the overseas market? First, the problem of funds. Not everyone has a sponsor who can continuously transfuse blood. There are many examples of going bankrupt directly if you take a wrong step. Everyone does not want to take risks. Second, the problem of film sources. If you only make 2 or 3 movies a year, why do you want to distribute them overseas? It is obviously a waste and you can't use it. Just entrust it to the 5 majors and get a draw. Not to mention, many second and third tier studios actually have business dealings with the 5 majors. After a long period of cooperation, or holding shares to win over, the projects produced will flow into the hands of the 5 majors, and there will be many more choices. After all, ordinary people really can't fight against the established interest structure, so they just accept their fate. Of course, developing overseas markets also requires sacrifices. If you want to work alone, it means that the distribution fees that should have been paid will no longer be paid. The party that loses the interest will definitely take some actions. Moreover, although it is not necessary to raise a distribution team in each region needs a distribution point, and personnel must be stationed there to communicate with the local distributors and theaters. The so-called simultaneous release is generally achieved in this way, and you must start contacting 1 or 2 months in advance to determine the time and arrangement. In this way, the time that should be spent still needs to be spent, and the money that should be thrown out to lay the channels will not be less. Lyman asked Perelman to take over the responsibility because Lyman's identity is more sensitive, and he will be caught if he always goes abroad. After all, Firefly does not want to be targeted by the Big 5. He has thought about it. First, learn from Lionsgate's forbearance, stay alive, and wait for Lionsgate to jump out and attract hatred, and then slowly reveal his intentions. Anyway, this matter cannot be completed in a short time. Don't think that it can be completed by contacting local distribution and communicating well with theaters. But why should they cooperate with you? Troublesome things that don't have much profit are usually not willing to do. Firefly's overseas distribution network was soon quietly laid. Of course, it can be hidden from outsiders, but not from the inside. However, those who can find problems from some transfers are generally smart people, and smart people are not always big mouths. For example, Joseph. He found that Perelman had a salary increase for no reason, and copyright affairs were also remotely controlled, and the team's deputy was asked to run. You know, Perelman used to enjoy this kind of hard work and travel everywhere. All kinds of unusual things piled up together, and some signals could be found. Not to mention, Lyman didn't discuss it with him at all. In fact, Lyman just thought it was troublesome, and Joseph was not very good at distribution. He was better at making company rules, daily management, or general personnel transfers. However, Lyman could say nothing, but Joseph couldn't have thought nothing. Just looking at Perelman's private budget expenditures, a little calculation would tell that it was a big move. Moreover, people were running out again. Joseph's heart tightened, but his face was not strange at all. He did not intend to talk to Lyman about this matter. He just quickly dealt with the things at hand, and then left the company, and went to Blue Butterfly Pictures. Of course, the purpose of his trip was to confirm the screening arrangement of Juno with Lyman, such as choosing a schedule. After Joseph arrived, Lyman was holding an internal meeting to talk about the release of 300. After more than 2 months, the daily income of 100,000 could not be maintained, and it was time to start the settlement. At this time, the overseas screening of the film still has a certain market, but only in North America. The box office has accumulated $210.7 million, excluding publicity, production, and copy losses in the middle. There is also a share of the theater chain. Without counting overseas, it can make a profit of $41.6 million. After the production part his net profit comes out, remove the share of Zack Snyder's studio, and extract a part of the profit to reward the behind the scenes shooting staff, and there will be $31 million left in the end only counting the box office. Zack Snyder and his studio can earn $20.5 million on this project. Fox at least $45 million. As for offline, Zack Snyder can only share a small part of the TV buyout fee and on-demand fee, which is the bulk of Firefly's profit, and there is no possibility of giving it up. After all, most directors make profits from basic salary and box office share. This is a common rule in the industry. In summary, Firefly should be able to get no less than $245 million in the 2-year 300 project. What's more, it has improved the company's priority among other parties and the brand image. Lyman hopes that in the future, only a small amount of publicity fees and a little advertising will be needed, but when the audience sees that it is a Firefly production, they will most likely go to the theater to support it. The so-called brand roll is like this. Just like when a director's name is revealed, hardcore fans are eager to buy tickets, fearing that they will be a step late. After the meeting, Lyman met Joseph in the office. The two did not talk too much, and Joseph said directly, "The post-production of Juno has been completed. Did you know?" "Oh, it turned out to be just this matter." Lyman certainly knows about the film schedule, and he has even done it too many times, so he doesn't have any exciting ideas in his heart. Compared with Museum, which is still making box office money in the theater market and has accumulated $130 million in North America, Juno, a low-cost work with a production cost of only $11 million is nothing at all. Of course, what should be done should still be done, and even done well. Because the cost is low and the main creative lineup is not hyped in the topic market, it is more necessary to arrange a good and reasonable schedule and find the right entry point for publicity. Lyman calmed down, thought for a while, and took out the recent theater schedule from the drawer. Most studios need to arrange screenings at least half a month in advance, and the theaters also need to leave time to vacate the screen, so the major studios have a good idea of the arrangements within 2 or 3 months, and even understand what kind of opponents they will face, and then calculate the pros and cons. Some are cannon fodder, and they can survive on their own. They are happy if they make money, and they are not so sad if they lose money. Some are treated as key points, and they must stagger the peak period with other good projects, or it is not falls. The market does not overlap, and they will match if they match. Box office is a good thing, and everyone wants to pursue higher and more. I took out the schedule to study it. In fact, there is not much room for a search. Before the movie is released, any predictions before that need to be completed by the audience. Juno does not require so much theater resources, and the audience range is not wide. In addition, it is a drama about adolescent boys and girls with some humor and healing element, so it is very good to arrange it in March. First of all, February this year will definitely be the world of Oscars, and the relevant media will be attracted. Secondly, the Oscars will stimulate the theater market. Generally speaking, the market in March is generally good throughout the spring, much higher than April. Thirdly, Museum is also in a weak period in March, and it is just right to connect with the market with Juno. Plus there is Easter in March, and students are on vacation, which is just right to attract young people to enter. In general, no matter from which aspect, the March schedule is a good choice. Although other studios also have projects and need to compete, there will be people competing for even the coldest schedules. It is nothing more than whether there are highly competitive blockbusters. The two discussed for a while, and Joseph asked again, "How many screens do you plan to arrange?" 2,200. These can be adjusted if we communicate with the theater chains in advance. Our movies have brought them a lot of profits recently, and they will care about it. Well, the matter of additional screenings has also been discussed. I think the boss has great confidence in this film, Joseph reminded. But until the end, he didn't say that the company might lay overseas channels. People, it's because they are smart that they will cause trouble for themselves. If they are too honest, who would care about such twists and turns? Lyman was slightly stunned. Maybe the boss also thought highly of this sentence, so he changed his mind again. In fact, if you try hard, 2,400 screens can be negotiated. After all, it's March. Chapter 733 The Pit That Zinks and Dug Himself. Please subscribe and vote. While Firefly was methodically arranging the screening of its projects, Shay, the president of New Line Cinema, threw the market report on the table in a somewhat unhappy manner. The company's performance in the second half of last year was really terrible. Except for the projects that relied on old capital, such as Death Note 3 and The Texas Thug, the remaining 5 independent productions lost a total of about $42 million, which would definitely affect his position in the company. You know, Warner has been thinking about swallowing up New Line for a long time. In 1993, New Line was acquired by the TV giant Warner, and in 2000, AOL merged with Time Warner, so New Line also entered the Time Warner group. But when New Line was first acquired, the management of New Line still held a part of the shares of New Line, and enjoyed the company's independent management rights. So although New Line belongs to Time Warner, its film business has nothing to do with other film companies within the group. In other words, although New Line and Warner are one family, they live their own lives, and at most their resources complement each other. Warner management has always been reluctant to let New Line out of control and wants to gain absolute say, so the relationship between the two is somewhat unpleasant. In order to integrate the business and reduce unnecessary overlap and waste, some management should be kicked out, especially President Shea. This naked crisis has been weighing on him, and he himself does not want to change from the head of a fairly good studio to a senior executive of a certain department. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, right, Warner? It is so easy to get along. However, if there is no achievement, it is inevitable that people will talk about it, which also makes Shea inexplicably annoyed. Some people will only play this trick behind the scenes every day and don't think that there must be risks in production projects. As long as you do things, there will be times when you make mistakes. But they don't care about these. Ying Ying's buzzing verbal harassment cannot be ignored. New Line enjoys the right to operate independently, but the premise is that this asset is valuable. The conditions put forward in order to win over are not complete protection and can even be said to be a gambling agreement. Anyway, if the business is good, then continue to operate, and if the business is not good, how can it be qualified to operate? Shea looked at the piles of unprocessed approval documents on the table. Warner executives can certainly force and put pressure on him, but he can't ignore it. But how to save the sluggish production business? Of course, it is to develop new film projects. What can be filmed? Shea is a little difficult to choose. There are also a lot of scripts in the script library of New Line, but it doesn't mean that there will be a profit if there is a script. The risk of original projects has always been high, which is why studios are increasingly choosing to adapt literary novels with traffic, because there are indeed many conveniences. Looking through the various planned projects, Shea still feels that something is missing. In other words, he doesn't think these projects will get very high returns. At best, they are just making money offline, and it's not that they will not start working and waste manpower. Everyone wants to make money. If you don't give people the opportunity to make money, the internal management may be messed up first. These days, the cost of job hopping is getting lower and lower. Shea stood up silently, stood at the window, and looked at the distant scenery before he relieved his anger. Alas, a big production is needed to declare New Line's independent status. This thought popped up in Shea's mind, and then he could no longer ignore it. If Warner wants to see results, then show them. If it works, it will bring several years of calmness. If it doesn't work, the situation is so bad anyway. The performance has declined for 2 consecutive years, and it was even worse last year. Shea picked up the phone and called the production manager in. The project of the Golden Compass proposed at the beginning can be approved. Shea continued, I will arrange the budget funds immediately and then discuss the distribution with Warner. The production manager heard it without any obstacles and responded. Because as early as after the big sale of The Lord of the Rings, New Line consciously stockpiled the best-selling fantasy works on the market, but everyone was very fast, and the financial resources of the big studios were richer than them. After a round of shopping, New Line's most lucrative harvest was the fantasy novel His Dark Materials trilogy written by British writer Philip Pullman. The script of this project was adapted as early as 2004. The reason why Shea did not approve the project was because the budget was too high. According to the production executives, if they wanted to restore this magical work and expect to reach the box office market of The Lord of the Rings, less than 150 million would be a bit beyond their ability. If they invited a few big name actors to increase the popularity, the cost would have to increase. Such a high investment must be carefully considered. As for why the project is being approved now, it is because New Line urgently needs a big work to stabilize its position, and big productions have big profits. Think about it, New Line fell out with the estate management fund of British fantasy writer Tolkien. Because of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, they directly sued in the Los Angeles court of the United States, accusing New Line of concealing the profits of the movie The Lord of the Rings trilogy, in order to avoid paying box office revenue commissions to the original copyright holders. In addition, the American publisher of the novel, HarperCollins Publishing Company, participated in the lawsuit as a co-plaintiff. In addition to demanding $150 million in compensation from New Line Cinema, the two plaintiffs also asked the court to impose a certain amount of fines on New Line Cinema and terminate the film adaptation rights of Tolkien's other works, such as The Hobbit, the prequel to The Lord of the Rings. The two plaintiffs claimed that the gross revenue of the movie trilogy of The Lord of the Rings was as high as $6 billion. But according to New Line, the gross revenue of the trilogy was less than $3 billion. There is certainly something fishy going on. For these non-industry people, it is quite common for studios to secretly take more money, but it is still quite embarrassing to be caught. For this reason, the parties have been arguing endlessly, causing the prequel project of The Lord of the Rings, which was originally planned to be launched in 2007 or 2008, to be shelved. But there is no way. Life must go on. New Line actually understands how lucrative the profits of a blockbuster series are better than many studios. It is an underestimation to say that one movie can make a living for 3 years. Therefore, when Shay encountered difficulties, the first thing he thought of was to move another big production, and it was The Golden Compass with a similar theme. He thought that even The Kingdom of Narnia was a hit, and The Golden Compass was also well known. The target audience happened to be the young and middle-aged people who controlled part of the social resources at that time, and their wallets were bulging, so there was still a great hope of harvesting a wave. It can only be said that the pressure from Warner made Shay more determined to develop The Golden Compass. The only regret may be that he offended director Peter Jackson. Shay actually admired Peter Jackson very much, but once the benefits reached a certain level, or if they were operated a little, they could easily make tens of millions of dollars. Who could resist the temptation? The Lord of the Rings trilogy also encroached on the interests of the director and even the main creators behind the scenes. After all, New Line did conceal the accurate profits of the project in order to get less money. But what Shay didn't know was that some things could never be the same after being deceived once, not to mention that Peter Jackson hated similar things very much. Miramax interfered with his creation at the beginning, and the relationship between the two has not eased until now, let alone this kind of backstabbing. Another reason why The Golden Compass was not approved was that Peter Jackson, the director most favored by New Line, refused to cooperate. Perhaps it was because of the criticism for the remake of King Kong. In short, Peter Jackson went to tinker with his documentary and cooperated with Weta Digital on new special effects visual technology. But this time he didn't want to wait. He felt that Hollywood was not a place that could not operate without a director. What's more, magical themes were very popular at this time. Once The Golden Compass was successful, even if it was not a big box office hit, even if the box office could not make back the cost, as long as it was popular offline, all the troubles would not be troubles. You know, The Golden Compass was only the first part of his Dark Materials, and there was room for at least 2 more to be explored. Shay cheered up, thinking about the birth of another magical series, and his frown gradually relaxed. At that time, let alone Warner, if New Line could really bring in billions of cakes, who would not give a good face? Besides, Warner was involved in the distribution work. Would they be so hard on their own money? As long as everything went well. Chapter 734 Oscar year, subscriptions, votes. January 16th. Chandler Hall in Los Angeles. The 64th Golden Globe Awards ceremony, which Lyman was invited to attend, finally ended. Although many people like to call the Golden Globe Awards the Oscar with a vein, in fact, its credibility is really low. At least people in the industry treat it as a fun show. Perhaps only actors need some acting awards to enhance their worth. After all, the Golden Globe Awards are very fun every year, and the award ceremony is about not being afraid of big things, having topics, and sharing fruits. From another perspective, since the Golden Globe Awards hosted by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association has always been held in the nature of a social dinner, the warm and hospitable attitude basically determines the allocation strategy of everyone being nominated and reasonably sharing. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand their move this year to give the best drama film, director, screenwriter, and foreign language film to No Country for Old Men, The Departed, The Queen, and Letters from Iwo Jima respectively. It is worth mentioning that after Martin Scorsese won the Golden Globe Award for Best Director, the Oscar for Best Director, who is full of sadness and resentment, is once again within reach. His old rival Clint Eastwood, who was criticized by some people for the self-diversion of Iwo Jima II by his disciples, took the money of Japanese investors, and was criticized by some people, so the probability of him posing a threat again is much smaller. Of course, Clint Eastwood actually has his own difficulties. After all, Sony has already won MGM and Columbia. As a director, can't he still go against them? He will naturally step down if he is given a step. Let's look at the acting awards. Leo, who was nominated for 2 awards, was on the list for The Departed and Blood Diamond. He was very domineering in the 2 nominations for the Best Actor in a Drama Series. Unfortunately, the grand prize did not belong to him. The judges gave the title of Best Actor to Forest Whitaker, the male lead of The Last King of Scotland. Of course, Forest Whitaker did act well. On the contrary, Helen Mirren, who won both Best Actress in Drama and Best Actress in Television Film for her roles as Queen Elizabeth in The Queen and Elizabeth I in Elizabeth, was the biggest winner of this year's Golden Globe Awards, and even made everyone think that the Golden Globe Awards had lost its tradition. However, this was just a small episode. Immediately afterwards, the little-known British TV host Sacha Baron Cohen won the Best Actor in Musical/Comedy for his self-destructive image in Borat. In terms of Best Supporting Actor and Actress, along with Dream Gerals winning the Best Musical/Comedy Film, the film's 2 supporting actors Eddie Murphy and Jennifer Hudson lived up to expectations and won both awards. In terms of Best Foreign Language Film, the 3 strong opponents Pan's Labyrinth, Who Lived and Returned all failed to beat the local big bull Eastwood's Letters from Iwo Jima, which was also expected by many people. This year is the year of the Oscars. Don't support your own people. In short, this year's Golden Globe Awards ended in a lively manner. Firefly Pictures also successfully won the award, avoiding the embarrassment of being nominated countless times, but coming up empty-handed. In other words, the Golden Globe is not the Oscar, and they are obviously more sensible and smarter. It takes a lot of skill to make the guests feel less dissatisfied. There are also ways to divide the fruits beautifully. Some unappreciated Leo has also won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor. Isn't it appropriate to leave it to someone who hasn't won it? Anyway, it's all in the past. At this time, in the theater market, Night at the Museum has exceeded 130 million in North American box office, and the daily profit can still be 2 or 3 million. If it happens to be Saturday and Sunday, it is not a problem to double it. It has generally maintained a relatively good follow-up screening. After the development of the internet, it seems that many people have been given the opportunity to speak, and the road to success for public figures has become increasingly difficult. In other words, if the big stars of the past were put into the 21st century, it is still unknown whether they can succeed, because even Angelina Jolie has begun to try to whitewash her, although there are many people who have confirmed her black material. But what does it matter? You can criticize yours, I can clean mine. As long as it can affect the senses of a certain number of people, or make uninformed passers-by still have a good impression of her, then her approach is right. What's more interesting is that the word of mouth spread of movies is much faster than in the media era. The Intouchables is a project that benefits from this. When the French box office of The Intouchables exceeded 160 million and the daily decline tended to stabilize, it was the beginning of the miracle of the film. After being the champion for 9 consecutive weeks, the box office grew against the trend, with an increase of 27%, which once again shocked the French local filmmakers. True story. Why is it called a miracle? Because a very objective fact is that as the screening time increases, the box office revenue of the movie will definitely decrease slowly. Maybe there are times when you make a mistake at the beginning, such as the original Time and Space Little Miss Sunshine. The box office in the second week was 70% higher than the first week, but that is not common. Not to mention that a movie that has been screened for almost 2 months suddenly ushered in an explosion. Even the 3 distributors of Pathé, Gaumont and Europa, who are the most delighted and eager to see this situation, have never thought about it. Movies, there will be a moment when they are taken off the screen, with ups and downs, and finally the theaters don't want to show it, which is normal. Who would have thought that a movie that was originally following this normal script would actually resist? No words can describe Luc Besson's shock, even though he repeatedly confirmed the data with the theaters at the first time, and it really did grow against the trend. In other words, there is no need for the theaters to lie. According to the distribution terms, the box office will score points in the end anyway. It is not easy to conceal the report, and the distributor will also pay a large sum of money for illegal operations. They have no reason to do so, and it is impossible for them to take the initiative to pay for a higher data in private. The latter is generally what the producers will do. For example, breaking a record to gain face and improving the brand image. All similar purposes of buying box office cannot be to serve the theaters, and the greater role lies in other places. For this matter, many newspapers worked overtime overnight to change the layout. Because it is topical enough, isn't it? Like the next day, February 19th. Le Figaro used the entertainment front page to tell the public such an interesting thing. After 58 days of screening, The Intouchables has grown against the trend and may be expected to surpass Titanic. It was a very concise report, but it had a great effect on the public. The media pointed out that The Intouchables might perform a big ship miracle only in the European market. Titanic, at the beginning, almost broke 17 million viewers, and because of the ticket price issue, it is still at the top of the French box office chart. In other words, the French film market has been occupied by a Hollywood movie for so long. Although, this is also because local films are not very competitive, always shooting some unnecessary things, and the audience has used actions to prove that new data is not very good. But it does not mean that French audiences have no other ideas. Every region should have its own film culture. Even Japan, which has been bullied by the United States, has an animation film culture that is comparable to American blockbusters, and even the rescreening of old films is better than foreign works of the same period. Not to mention that the French media, government and local filmmakers are willing to promote The Intouchables. Maybe some people don't like this movie, but it is definitely more worthy of promotion than Titanic. Let's not talk about political correctness, although there are also some cultural considerations in it. But these reports are mainly to make a fact. Let the audience clearly realize that the performance of The Intouchables in the future is likely to change the existing box office pattern. Moreover, Lemon's appeal is much greater than that of the two directors in the previous life. The accumulation of many works has made his film itself a golden sign. In the original Time and Space, when The Intouchables broke 100 million yuan in the local market, the French Prime Minister personally called on the audience to watch it, but in the end it was still one step short of 166 million yuan. It's not that the movie is not good enough, but the box office started low at the beginning, and it has been steady and steady. The momentum was not played until the middle period, but it was too late at that time. In this Time and Space, the three distributors worked together to promote it, and they also had more publicity resources than in the previous life. Later, the top executives of the three companies also reacted and took advantage of the popularity to launch another wave of publicity bombardment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. The judges all have needs. Please subscribe and vote. February 20th was a very ordinary day. Newsman Bird bought a piece of buttered bread for breakfast on the way and soon arrived at his workplace, a multi-screen cinema in downtown Paris, affiliated with the Kotoka cinema chain. Yes, he was a ticket seller here, responsible for the day shift from 9 AM to 6 PM. The salary was not much, but Newsman was satisfied. After work, Newsman looked in the mirror and put on a professional smile. Not long after, some audiences appeared in the theater. Newsman immediately said, "Good morning, how can I help you?" The customer in the front looked like a young boy who might be in school, high school or college, or he might not be studying anymore, and it was hard to tell by his face. Because he was black, the young black man looked up at the promotional posters on the poster column, and then looked at the scrolling screen next to the ticket window, which showed the schedule of each theater. After carefully looking at it for a while, he asked, "Is there only one show of The Intouchables this morning?" Newsman smiled and replied, "Yes, it's in theater to around 10:30. Do you want to watch this one? You can buy tickets in advance. Anyway, it's the next show. Well, help me choose a ticket in the middle seat." After this was done, the next one was even more direct. The Intouchables at 10:30, 2 tickets, in the middle seat. Then, it was time to watch The Intouchables again. After selling more than a dozen tickets in a row, Newsman was a little confused. He didn't pay attention to yesterday's newspaper, otherwise he would have known. What he was wondering now was that, although this movie had good box office, it was actually outdated. There were only 2 screenings a day, not to mention that there were many new movies to choose from. Why should the audience watch an old movie that has been showing for a long time? But which movie the customer wants to watch is of course not decided by him. As a qualified ticket seller, it is no problem to recommend and answer questions. He can even briefly talk about the advantages and disadvantages of each theater work, such as what the subject matter is, what will be there, and who the actors are, but the customers are still the ones who pay. This situation was still seen a month ago, but it is a bit surprising now. When the movie started, 422 tickets were sold in a theater with 950 seats. It was incredible. What happened? No one could answer Newsman Bird's doubts. If he could understand it himself. Since this movie has touched, or even surpassed the top work Titanic in the French film market, many viewers who have already watched it once have the motivation to buy tickets again to support it. Using a rhythm that is more familiar to mainland audiences, that is Wolf Warrior 2. That movie also suddenly recovered after a midterm decline, sinking The Mermaid and breaking the number of viewers of Titanic and ranking first in the mainland. However, this trend still needs time to slowly unfold. Los Angeles, Burbank Firefly Building. In the office, Lemon paid some attention to the recent media trends with some amusement. After the Oscars approached, the discussion about the big awards has never stopped, and it has become more and more intense. In major newspapers and major online forums, countless passers-by were attracted by such news and joined the discussion. It's nothing. The competition for the Oscars this year is too intense. Besides, we have nothing to do, so why not talk about interesting and controversial topics? In addition, the major public relations teams are secretly building momentum, and for a while, it seems quite lively. And the best way to reflect this liveliness is all kinds of speculation, cheering, smearing, and rumors. For example, I heard that Martin Scorsese was internally selected as the best director. Huh. It's normal. Are the Oscar judges open-minded? They should have given it 800 years ago. The Departed is very well made. Can Leo win the best actor? Just him? Didn't he say that he would not participate in the Oscars? He was young and frivolous. Why is he so narrow-minded? It's very suspenseful. His performance in it is just standard. There is nothing special. Yeah, that makes sense. In fact, I really want to see Lemon Last win the best director. Do you like him too? Me too. I have watched all his movies. I like his bad guys the most. The final blackening reversal is simply amazing. Of course, No Country for Old Men is not bad either. The perverted killer Anton is really impressive. I think it is impossible. Oscars like to talk about qualifications the most. How could those old guys let him win the award? It would be better to wait for another 10 years. It is true. Many excellent directors have been nominated for several times, but never won the director's golden statue. Director Lemon seems to have been nominated only twice, and this time he has been nominated 3 times. It seems to make sense. No matter who wins the Best Director award, I think it will be fine. They are both excellent directors. Who will be the Best Actress? Helen Mirren. She played the Queen with great momentum. Kate Winslet is not bad either. Although the plot of Mother is boring, she acted very well. I think she has hope. The remaining 2 are still a little worse. The audience talks about the audience, and the media talks about the media. Compared with the random guesses of the masses or the awards, based on their own feelings, the media's reports obviously have a lot of sources. For example, the National Board of Review's Best Picture Award favored Letters from Iwo Jima, the Broadcast Film Critics Association Award went to The Departed, and the San Francisco Association favored No Country for Old Men. In addition, other people have expressed their preferences, and they can all play a role in the Oscar selection. What's more, black celebrities have come out in groups, saying that this year's Oscars exclude black people, and so on and so forth. And they can't get away without an explanation. The Oscar organizing committee has always played dead and ignored it. The bigger the outside commotion, the higher the attention. Don't you see that in the past few days, discussions about the Oscars have been on the hot search every day. The key is that American audiences still love this tone. Without some rumors, gossip or shady manipulation, is it still the Oscars? Everyone is used to it. What is the most watery actress in the most watery Oscar year? Aren't they all judged by the audience? How to judge depends on the Oscar judges' tricks. The more seemingly true and false news there are, the more muddied the water is, and some of them are really credible. It is definitely impossible to pre-select an Oscar director, but in internal discussions, they do tend to give a big award to Martin Scorsese. It is not easy for him. If we don't bring him along, it will affect unity. He has also gathered a lot of capital behind him. At the same time, the temporary public relations team led by Lyman joined forces with the Coppola family to actively win votes. They don't use their power to suppress others, and they don't care how loud the media voice is. Anyway, grabbing votes is the kingy way. Do you see Harvey's public relations for the Oscars use media public relations? No, he just spreads the opponent's black material and never brags too much, because some judges in the Oscars are not normal in their brains. The more popular the film is, the less likely they will give it to him. They call it supporting diverse choices, and aesthetics cannot be single. This reason is so powerful that no one can refute it. But maybe they just want to appear unique and feel like they are living in their own world. In short, some people like to toss around, so just let them do what they want. Besides, this time Firefly came prepared and will not easily run with the runner-up. The face and the inside are all given, the rules are followed, and there are strong external and internal helpers, so it is impossible to return empty-handed. Oscar is a business, but it must not be an exclusive business. There are still many people who are knowledgeable about this. The more you understand the operating rules of the Oscar, the more you can perceive these clearly. Just like in the years when Miramax was the strongest, they could not monopolize the awards because the organizing committee did not want to see a promoter who was above the Oscar. In other words, it is okay to have tacit cooperation. Anyway, everyone gets the benefits, but don't think about moving forward, not even a small step. Until the end, Miramax caused the wrath of heaven and people, and was decisively abandoned. From beginning to end, has anyone ever thought that without the help of Oscar judges or Jewish people, Harvey could really be crowned as the Oscars' #1 public relations? Hidden under that is a chain of interests that many people tacitly agree to. After all, public relations costs money, and the Academy also needs funds to maintain daily enjoyment or expenses. Does this require someone to actively give them money? How can you be proactive? Why not give a demonstration case? That's great. Chapter 736. He has the face of a middle-aged miserable man. Please subscribe and vote. To be honest, you're not the first one to call me old man. Maybe I'm just saying hello. Oh, you can say hello anytime, but not now. Tell me, is it for Martin Scorsese, or that cowboy, or maybe it's not these two, but someone else? You know, I'm only responsible for the best director this year. Point Martin Scorsese. Under the turbulence, he still looked calm. In the past few days, in addition to attending banquets and cocktail parties everywhere, and meeting many judges who he will definitely not deal with often after only meeting once, Lyman has also started to promote new projects of Firefly. There will be Juno in March, The Dark Knight in June or July or August, Elle will be held at the European Film Festival, and there will be a lot of work in the second half of the year. The Edge of Society may be in October, because Alfonso Cuarón has not finished shooting, but the film has been more than halfway through, and only the final shots are left. If you calculate the speed of post-production, it is not much different. In this way, even if we count the Resident Evil 3 which has already started shooting and has certain investment rights, the output is still small, especially compared with 2006. In terms of distribution, the film sources are still mainly independent productions, and some low-cost overseas and film festivals are bought on Teo, but they still cannot satisfy the money-eating beast like Blue Butterfly Pictures. In other words, it is still necessary to ensure that there is one non-blockbuster film per month, and if it is a big production, there must be 2 films a year, otherwise it will be too wasteful of human resources, and there will be no work to do. Therefore, the I'm a Hero project, which has been planned for filming, has successfully entered the project establishment stage. At present, this project can be said to be mostly original, and the zombie trilogy also contains Lyman's great ambitions. After all, the original World War Z in the original time and space has many big scenes, but the narrative and plot promotion are really a mess. Starting with small characters, telling a story about a social order that is about to be destroyed by zombies, by shaping the image of a dying hero, it is believed that it will add a lot of color to the details. As for the choice of director, of course it was Zack Snyder. Only he was more suitable for the high-cost scene of the zombie group breaking through New York at least 20 minutes at the beginning. After all, this guy has rich experience in controlling the shooting of large scenes, and he has the war scenes of 300 as a foundation. He knows how to shoot enough visual enjoyment better than Nolan at this time. Moreover, Nolan has no schedule. New York Trip was still shot by Zack Snyder. According to the unspoken rules of the industry, this series is destined to be labeled with his label, unless he himself does not do it. Even if he does not become a director, his name will be in the production line. Hollywood still pays great attention to this aspect. It is not the case that someone will be replaced immediately after developing a good project. First, the risk is greater than the benefit. Second, once a quarrel breaks up, it is just torn apart. There is no need. Even if the salary is increased, it is within the standard, so why bother? Lyman thought about it, picked up the phone and informed Johnson, the company has a new project, and the sequel to New York Trip can be put on the agenda. You go and talk to Zack Snyder's agent about cooperation. Since everything has been decided, the action will naturally be quick. Moreover, Zack Snyder has a lot of feelings for this series that helped him make a fortune. If he was asked to choose, he would definitely not want to let it go. So he only had some questions about the salary for directing, and there were no problems in other aspects. However, when Johnson took back the first version of the contract after the negotiation, Joseph said, "Is it already 15 million basic salary?" It turned out that Zack Snyder's agent gave a preliminary reply according to the market price. In fact, as early as 300 broke 300 million worldwide. Many studios came to him with projects every day, and the prices were very generous. If Zack Snyder had not had a good relationship with Firefly, he would not want to accept other people's film contracts without notice, and he would probably have run out of time. Zack Snyder has never failed. Both movies broke 400 million worldwide, which is very popular. Johnson explained briefly. He knew within CAA that Zack Snyder's rating was rising rapidly, and he was already a first-line director. Hollywood is so realistic. How can a director who can bring huge profits be treated badly? Never mind that it is a project provided by the protagonist. Batman is owned by Warner. In the original time and space, Nolan's salary has also soared. These are two different things. You can't just say some nonsense about training and let him keep making movies at a low price. He is not your slave. Lyman waved his hand indifferently. If he took on other films, his salary would have exceeded 20 million. He just said, he deserves it after all. His agent didn't mess around. Johnson, if there is no problem, you can make a few more trips. Just execute this contract. His studio will still take 25% of the North American revenue. After Lyman spoke, Johnson continued to talk to Zack until all the details were agreed. After everyone left, the office returned to silence. With the hype of New York Trip and The Walking Dead, it is estimated that, as long as I'm a Hero is well made, and Zack Snyder understands the audience, the commercial atmosphere is greater than the artistic atmosphere. For the sake of box office, he can make concessions and compromises, and the box office will not be worse than the first one. Although the cost of setting up the shooting team and even the big scenes of the second part is certainly staggering, a little calculation will reach about 150 million. Adding the cast and so on, the production expenditure may be close to 200 million. In this way, the box office will be at least 300 million in the North American market, and at least 600 million overseas will barely break even. Lyman now notes that the higher the investment, the greater the risk. There is no Hollywood movie that can have an overseas market of 600 million in 1 or 2 years. That is, the scale of theaters is increasing year by year, and the market is more open, but it is not easy to achieve. Moreover, such performance can even be said to be the market potential for the annual list champion throne. Just looking at the box office share, that is, there is no loss. To make money, we have to look at the long-term offline operation. It is quite stressful for the studio. Lyman sat in the boss chair and thought for a long time. It's like a big gamble. If you win, you make money. If you lose, it may take a year to make up for the loss. Or if you are unlucky, the capital chain happens to have problems, and a lifetime of hard work is probably gone. It's no wonder that Cutthroat Island directly bankrupted Carlock Pictures. After all, Carlock Pictures is not as profitable as Firefly. It has a variety of means, and the TV series sells well. It makes a big production and keeps increasing the investment in the middle. In addition, such a high investment requires a good cast to attract topics and increase publicity. The protagonist template is a hard-working office worker. He was trapped in New York when he encountered a zombie tide. He was very scared at first, but gradually grew up to be able to fight zombies alone without any pressure. In the end, he was harmed by the collusion of team members who disagreed with the allocation of resources. In general, the growth routine of the hero in adversity was followed in the early and middle stages. In the later stage, a part of the darker human nature of the team still could not work together after the order collapse was introduced. This design is also to pave the way for the third part, where zombies occupy the world and become the new ruling species. In this case, the choice of the leading actor becomes more important. First, the acting skills must be good. After all, it is a change of mentality in adversity. Without acting skills, the performance may be awkward. Second, the audience appeal or popularity is excellent, which is convenient for hyping the screening momentum when promoting. Lyman leaned back in the chair and found a comfortable position. He stared at the ceiling blankly while thinking about the right person. There are not many male actors who can meet the above two conditions. After all, they must be over 30 years old and at least first line. Otherwise the effect of adding color to the project will not be outstanding. Hard-working office workers, heroes in adversity. Why did Lyman think of Nicolas Cage when he thought of the word hard-working? Oh, that's right. His classic clips in Face/Off and Lord of War vividly interpret what a middle-aged hard-working man is just by looking at his expression. In fact, I haven't worked with him for a long time. Lyman thought again. He called me a while ago to ask if there was a suitable role. In addition, with the success of National Treasure, Cage's market appeal is getting stronger day by day, and he also has a hit series. Well, let's choose him. Chapter 737 I'm a Hero. Please subscribe and vote. Cage's life was pretty good, but when he was invited to play the male lead in the I'm a Hero project, he was immediately interested. Not to mention that this project has a high investment and is led by Lyman. Even the box office performance of the first New York trip deserves more attention. After all, this is a relatively low-risk sequel. The confirmed director Zack Snyder is also a big bull among the new generation of directors who are gradually emerging. Whether from the perspective of friendship or personal interests, he can't refuse. Cage even thinks that Lyman is taking care of him. Even though his career has been smooth in recent years, it is rare to encounter similar high-quality projects. Accepted. The rest of his own agent communicated with Firefly about the specific shooting matters. After meeting with Cage's agent, Lyman returned to the office and called Blake indirectly. Blake has been in charge of the crew management of Stranger Things some time ago. There is not much to do on weekdays. It is also easy to discuss broadcast matters with HBO occasionally. In terms of production alone, Blake's experience is rich enough. The company has a high level of seniority. After meeting Lyman, he was still wondering if there was any job for him. With the growth of Firefly's production business, the production department managers like them are basically busy, but the busier they are, the more valued they are. Who would like to go back to the life of having no future? Blake, how is your situation? The first 3 episodes of the pilot have already been edited, so it shouldn't delay the release date. Well, I'll let someone else take over for Stranger Things, and you can take charge of the I'm a Hero project. Director Zach has the most dealings with you, so he will be more familiar with you. Boss, I'm a Hero? Is the sequel to New York Trip going to be filmed? Blake felt that he was getting excited. According to the company's rules, whoever is in charge of a project, if it is successful, will have a bonus link to the box office. If you think about it, I'm a Hero has been planned for so many years, and it also used a popular American TV series to build momentum and cultivate the value of the subject matter. The company's ambition or expectations for the project are very high. Well, Cage has been confirmed to play the male lead. Lyman emphasized, I hope you can cooperate well with director Zach to ensure the filming of the crew. In addition, it is best for this project to be completed before September and transferred to the post-production. For special effects, you can ask director Zach to contact Scott. The digital field will allocate resources to give priority to I'm a Hero. Cage is still very smart. With the blessing of the National Treasure series, his net worth has been able to reach $20 million basic salary plus 20% of the North American box office profit, 20 plus 20 plan. But in order to better maintain the close relationship between the two parties, his agent did not offer a harsh price and always maintained an attitude of good negotiation. Of course, Lyman was unwilling to take advantage of the actor in such a small matter. He naturally recognized Cage's value when he asked him to play. Lyman would not joke about a project with an investment of nearly $200 million. Therefore, Cage joined I'm a Hero and got a 20 plus 20 profit sharing contract. Communicate with the New York City government about the location as soon as possible. In addition, some firearms and equipment can be funded by the Pentagon. Lyman continued, other things remain the same. The completion guarantee will be covered by the fire insurance. Black calculated in his mind, before the shooting started, it would cost more than $50 million, which is almost the amount of investment for 7 or 8 low-cost films. This project cannot fail. After Black left, Lyman asked Joseph to transfer a suitable employee to Stranger Things, which was already on the right track, to familiarize himself with the production work. In addition, the news was released, and major brokerage companies were asked to select a group of male actors over 25 years old with good acting skills and low pay. I'm a Hero needs a supporting villain with enough drama to set off the plot design that the human camp is still scheming and unable to unite under the zombie crisis. In other words, the male protagonist played by Cage was given a not so high-end ending by such a good male supporting actor. Therefore, the choice of actor for this role is very important. If the acting is not good enough and can't support the drama, the protagonist will look stupid. How to measure it needs careful consideration. Director, the IMAX camera is broken. Should we still use it to shoot this scene? Wally Pfister, a photographer who has worked closely with Nolan since Day and Night, reported to Nolan behind the director's monitor with a sad face. Nolan looked at the somewhat messy shooting scene and then looked at the unlucky guy who was injured by the explosion fragments because he was too close. His teeth were a little itchy and he gritted his teeth and said hard, "Call Kevin here. Didn't I ask him to check the set carefully? How could there be an accident? It would be fine if it just delayed the shooting, but there are only 2 IMAX cameras in the United States, and now one is scrapped, and it is rented by the crew. It's really too much trouble." And he had long conceived the shooting of this scene to interpret the beauty of fireworks in a static way. The flames in the Battersea power station in London even attracted questioning from the local police station because nearby residents felt that a terrorist attack had occurred. But in fact, this is just the scene shot that the Dark Knight wants to capture. After being scolded, Kevin, the head of the set design team, explained weakly, "I didn't think that the explosives would cause cracks inside the set to burst. At first, it was still bearable, but when I went to check, I found that the inside was all crushed, while the outside looked completely fine. Otherwise, if the amount of gunpowder used was reduced, it might not be so powerful. Forget it, you should be more careful." Nolan waved his hand. Although he was a little annoyed, he didn't blame anyone. Besides, how to shoot this scene and what effect to achieve were all decided by him. It was also he and the camera crew who decided to move the camera closer and take a static close-up. Speaking of which, the person in charge of fire insurance reminded him, but he still did it for a better visual experience. Moreover, as long as it involves shooting dangerous shots, there is always the possibility of accidents. The crew can do nothing more than increase the safety factor and try not to have any accidents. But if it really happens, they must take responsibility. Nolan asked the crew to pay the injured person additional medical compensation while cleaning up the scene and rearranging the scene. Go contact and rent another IMAX camera. Nolan said in a deep voice, just be more careful next time and check the scene more often. Although this shooting wasted time and scene expenses, and the camera alone was more than 7 million yuan, it still would not make Nolan change his mind. In the director's line of work, everyone has a paranoid mentality. Without paranoia, it is impossible to direct a movie with a strong personal style. This matter soon reached Lyman's ears. The main reason was that the person in charge of fire insurance felt that it was too uncontrollable to continue shooting like this. The Dark Knight has more big scenes than The Dark Knight Begins, and it is more expensive and more dangerous. After receiving the report, Lyman was helpless. No one wants to have problems in shooting, but the crew can't be cautious all the time. If you don't pay attention, the money will be thrown into the water. No matter what the reason is, Lyman only knows that the shooting expenses of The Dark Knight will be raised again. Of course, Nolan is a relatively cost-saving director. It is rare to hear that he often increases the cost of shooting, because he was filming according to a strict plan and a set budget. Generally speaking, when the filming was finished, there was still some budget left. In other words, he was not a person who liked to change the shooting plan temporarily, and he would not do anything as he thought. But unfortunately, even the most prepared people can't control accidents. It's okay. The preparations for I'm a Hero were not deliberately publicized, but it still attracted the attention of many people. The main reason was that New York trip had been 2 years ago, and the audience who went to the theater to support it, and the fans who were constantly captured in the subsequent offline market wanted to see the sequel of this zombie blockbuster. Finally, Firefly was launched, which made the audience who had been waiting for a long time look forward to it from the bottom of their hearts, and the discussion on related topics began to heat up. Of course, the agency knows more than the audience, and is more active. Playing with Cage, even if it is just a supporting role, is a very good performance opportunity. After a few days of preparation, the list of actors who met the standards flew into Firefly like snowflakes. Chapter 738 Nomination of a Big Household, Subscription, Vote. February, the North American box office of Museum has accumulated $187 million, and it is only a small step away from the 200 million mark. At the same time, the heat of the Oscars is getting higher and higher, and the speculation about the big prize has never stopped. Firefly building. Lyman specially invited Cage and director Zach to meet. It was mainly about the choice of the male supporting actor, and Lyman wanted to hear their opinions. Among them, Lyman has a very familiar relationship with both of them, while Cage and director Zach are a little more distant, but with Lyman finding topics in the middle, and neither of them is a reserved person, the atmosphere of the chat soon became much more relaxed. This project has been waiting for 2 years, and I hope you two will work hard to do it well. Without waiting for the two main creators to express their opinions, Lyman continued, you have all read the script. What candidates do you recommend for the male supporting actor? At this time, as long as the actor is suitable, he will definitely be decided. The entertainment industry is not big or small, and the two have contacts, and Lyman doesn't mind if they recommend some acquaintances. In this regard, director Zach wants to promote Jared Butler. When filming 300, he felt that this actor was not bad, but then he thought that the male supporting actor was a selfish villain who took advantage of the greater good and was a villain. It seemed that he did not match Gerald's acting style, so he remained silent again. Zack Snyder did not have many friends in the circle, and most of them worked behind the scenes. Before he became famous, he could not meet any actors who could cooperate with him for a long time when filming music videos. After he became famous, there were many people who wanted to make friends, but he looked down on them. Zack Snyder did not say anything, and Cage did not think of anyone to recommend. If it was a female role, he could push Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson had a good relationship with the Coppola family. Lemon had no choice but to grab the list and slowly select it. After a long time, the information of one person appeared in front of him, which made him have an impression. Lemon's rise changed the trajectory of many people, and even their lives and deaths. Lemon specifically reminded Heath Ledger about his situation in the crew. If he was in a bad mood, he would give him space to relieve his pressure. He did not see the danger of losing control of his emotions again. The role of the Joker has been played by Jack Nicholson. Heath Ledger also performed well, and another brilliant performance was by Joaquin Phoenix. This guy's already 33 years old. Because his family has been in the entertainment industry, he easily followed the footsteps of his two brothers River Phoenix, Chris in Stand By Me, and Ryan Phoenix to become an actor. In 2006, Phoenix's Walk the Line achieved good results, and his performance in it was also praised by many film critics. More importantly, his salary was not high. In other words, it is cost effective. After reading the information, Lemon looked at Cage. "Do you know this person?" After that, he handed over the actor's resume in his hand. The reason why Lemon asked was that in 1999, Nicolas Cage and Phoenix collaborated in a thriller 8mm directed by Joel Schumacher. This movie was another representative work of the voyeur theme that year. While winning word of mouth, it also set up a sign of Cage's box office guarantee. He himself was still very impressed. Because Cage had just switched to commercial works at that time, he was looking forward to the film having a good box office market. Of course, it did succeed in the end. The profit return rate was very high. As for Joaquin Phoenix mentioned by Lemon, he played an adult bookstore clerk in the film. He was asked to comment. "He has the energy of his brother. What, do you think he is good? Not bad, isn't he? The right age and solid performance. These 2 points alone fit the role." Director Zack said indifferently, "Just choose it, as long as it is suitable." Joaquin Phoenix was born in 1974 and is a Native American actor. Looking through his acting resume, it is found that most of his roles are not so serious. What alcoholic singer, sinister and ruthless ambitious Roman emperor, jealous boyfriend. In short, this guy's image score is worse than Heath Ledger's. He can't make a living by his face. In other words, even if Joaquin Phoenix has a deep network of people in the circle, many projects are not available to him. It just so happens that I'm a Hero is quite suitable for actors like him to perform. Moreover, playing a villain role will not affect Phoenix's acting career at all, and he has no concerns in this regard. When he received the invitation to play the second male lead in I'm a Hero, Joaquin Phoenix just wanted to know what the script was like and what the role was like. In short, he was very interested in the project. His agent was the same. When negotiating the salary with Firefly, he always tried to find a sense of proportion and get the highest salary possible. Of course, if it doesn't work, he will barely accept a lower salary. As long as the project is successful, the benefits and other aspects will definitely make up for the lack of salary, and this possibility is quite large. Risk assessment is a cognitive analysis that many people in the entertainment industry have. On February 18th, Joaquin Phoenix joined the crew with a salary of $4 million and no step-by-step incentives. Until this moment, the I'm a Hero project quickly entered the shooting stage, and director Zack had already gone to New York to discuss with the government to provide convenience. March is approaching. The pre-promotion of Juno began to take effect. The topic of minors tasting forbidden fruit stirred up momentum and soon attracted enough audience attention. The main reason is that the Firefly brand has also been recognized, and some audiences have begun to recognize Firefly's production capabilities. Even if the investment in the movie is not high, even if it is a sensitive subject, some audiences are still curious about the upcoming Juno. In this regard, Blue Butterfly Pictures has more and more experience in distribution, so Lemon doesn't have to worry too much. On the contrary, the Oscars are getting closer and closer as time goes by, and it is hard to tell what the result will be. For votes, those who are interested will fight for them. It can only be said that each one relies on his own ability or follows the wind. As we all know, the Oscars have always been politically inclined and are the base of the left. At the same time, the TV series Stranger Things, co-produced by Firefly and HBO, has also begun the warm-up process. Whether this drama can successfully take over the banner of the spring season depends on whether the paying users give face and how many people support it. Although HBO has always disliked cutting dramas midway, the ratings are too poor, and changing the time slot is also a harm to the interests of the drama itself. After a series of ups and downs and hype during the awards season, the 79th Academy Awards ceremony was held at the Kodak Theatre on the evening of February 25, 2007. Heath Ledger, wearing a black suit, came out of the courtesy car and stood with Lyman and other main creators of No Country for Old Men before walking on the red carpet in an orderly manner. No Country for Old Men received a total of 6 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Original Screenplay, and 2 technical awards for photography and sound effects. If the scope is expanded to the output of Firefly last year, there will be more nominations for works. For example, The Prestige has visual effects and editing, Little Miss Sunshine has Best Supporting Actor and Best Original Score, Pan's Labyrinth has Art Direction and Makeup as well as Best Foreign Language. Even 300 has Photography and Visual Effects. If the number of nominations is used to calculate this year's Oscars, Firefly is undoubtedly the biggest winner, because Firefly has the most entries, followed by Columbia. Keeping a smile all the way, except for Lemon, who took Eva through the interview area quickly and ignored the reporter's intentions. The others had to cooperate and answer some trap questions. What is the chance of winning the award? How to evaluate this year's Oscars? Without explosive topics, newspapers will not sell well. After entering the hall, Lemon went directly to find Zack Snyder. Although he didn't want to come, the technical award has nothing to do with him as a director, and the digital field people went on stage to receive the award, but in order not to offend anyone, he still rushed over from New York. How is it? Is the filming going? It's okay. They are quite cooperative, but the propaganda people in the Pentagon hope that we can establish a positive image for their army. If you agree, they can sponsor a few helicopters and help block the streets. Add some shots of the army protecting the people and swearing to fight to the death. You can decide for yourself, just don't exceed the proportion of this aspect. Lemon is used to similar things. If the image of the soldiers is not maintained, this film will be difficult to shoot. After all, it is the beacon of America. Chapter 739. Only when you have capital can you talk about the key. There are no fools in this world. Please subscribe and vote. Although he wanted to gain a firm foothold on a platform of interest like the Oscars, it was still difficult to watch the awards ceremony. Instead, some song and dance performances could cheer Lemon up. Long-winded and pretentious, and because the cameras around were still live, everyone present did not want to make a fool of themselves, and they dared not broadcast their bad image. After the Best Supporting Actor was given to the killer Anton played by Javier Bardem, the crew of No Country for Old Men finally won the first award. Javier was very excited, mainly because he never thought he could win an award. On the stage, he was very grateful to Lemon, thinking that it was his directing ability that made him perform well. After that, there was another series of technical awards, including 300 won the Visual Effects Award, Pan's Labyrinth won the Makeup Award, and Scott Ross also happily gave a speech on behalf of Digital Domain. Translated into vernacular, it should be Digital Domain hopes that all production studios will find our company for cooperation. Our company has strong business capabilities. More than 10 minutes later, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst came up to the podium, which made Lemon sit up straighter, because the next award was the Best Original Screenplay, and No Country for Old Men was nominated. Only at this stage did the award have the motivation of public relations. An excellent script can make a movie even better, so let's take a look at which movies have been nominated for this award this year, Maguire said, and the big screen behind him showed the highlights of several nominated films. The nominees for Best Original Screenplay are Little Miss Sunshine, The Queen, Blood Diamond, Dreamgirls, and No Country for Old Men. After the introduction, Kirsten kept the suspense for a while, and then opened the envelope in her hand. Well, the winner of the Best Original Screenplay of the 79th Academy Awards is Little Miss Sunshine, Runelgis. Well, the script written by Lyman plus Ryan was snatched away by the staff of its own screenwriting department. Later, George Lucas and Spielberg came on stage to present Martin Scorsese with the Best Director Oscar, which made Lyman realize who was paving the way for Martin. I just don't know why the Jews wanted to win over Martin Scorsese. I thought that he would be done with the Best Supporting Actor this time, but I didn't expect that the Oscar judges would also divide the pork. Wow, the Oscars are playing this trick again. Huh. Is this true? In thousands of families, countless eyes saw this scene. The main reason is that Martin Scorsese was very happy. His emotions were aroused after his dream came true, but he won the Best Director, but not the Best Picture. What's the difference between this and a double yolk egg? Lyman himself was also embarrassed. Yes, the judges didn't know what kind of consideration, or whether it was a good public relations, or it might be a compensation mentality, that the Best Picture award was given to No Country for Old Men. So Lyman hurriedly said a few words and left the podium. If this is the case, he would rather have the opportunity to take both the Best Director and Best Picture at once in the future, rather than doing a crooked job of dividing the pork. Martin Scorsese was a little lonely. He didn't know why he cared so much about the Oscars, but he kept running for the Oscars. The more he ran for the Oscars, the more he filmed. It almost became his obsession. Are you happy that you got the Oscar for director? It seems so, but not that happy. It was also in the background that Lyman realized that with the help of the Coppola family, at least he was no longer a marginal person, but this kind of play still made him unhappy. Bullshit justice authority, I won't come again. Lyman was disgusted by the Oscars. But in the eyes of fans, it is definitely better to have an award than not. Amidst the congratulations, Martin's fans cursed the shady deal, and unknowingly the war was brought to Lyman's head. The butt determines the head, and one more thing is that everyone has their own preferences and tendencies. We should tolerate differences in people, but there are so many people in this world who want to impose their preferences on others. Martin's fans think that Lyman took away the award that should have belonged to him, and Lyman also has fans who also responded that Martin Scorsese took away the Oscar for director by despicable means. A heated discussion immediately broke out on the internet around these. The parties involved said nothing, and even praised each other for the sake of saving face, but the fans were already scolding each other. As for the Oscars, they are used to being scolded because they have too many lice. No matter what kind of selection, it will cause controversy. Will there be no other voices if all the awards are given to Martin? Too naive. What if the other nominated directors have no fans? It's just that Lyman's fans and Martin's fans are arguing more lively, which attracted everyone's attention. Amid the chaos, some people noticed other things. For example, in this Oscar, Firefly received the most nominations and won the most awards: Best Picture, Makeup, Screenplay, Visual Effects and Best Supporting Actor. Smart people began to think, after Miramax and Disney separated, the Harvey brothers didn't even have the heart to do public relations for the Oscars, but this part of the business is actually in demand and already vacant. For fame and profit, it's not shameful. Are we really going to contact Firefly? In the room, sitting in the boss chair was an old man with few hairs. He took off his hat and said casually, "Hasn't there been any news from the other side yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone called him President Wilson. Seeing that all the management staff were present, the old man continued, "What we do is film festival business. We used to cooperate with that fat white guy Weinstein because we both got what we needed and because we could make money. Now they have their own internal problems. Many senior executives have resigned, and some of them have been taken over by Disney. Do we have to wait for them to sort themselves out? Yes, they are not the only one that can do Oscar business." Someone echoed, "According to reliable sources, Firefly can do something this time because the Coppola family is helping to connect. You have seen the effect. 14 nominations, 5 awards, which cannot be underestimated. What if Firefly is more greedy? We haven't had any contact yet, but we need to talk about it. And can Firefly compare with the experience we have gained from running for several years? Everyone can make money, and they don't have to worry too much. This is a good thing. What's good about it? Wilson didn't care, and looked at the old man. Take advantage of the popularity of the Oscars to repackage the award-winning films. The first thing is to let Firefly be willing to give up the film copyright. They are not willing to give it up. The old man frowned. Firefly doesn't have the ability to distribute overseas, so there's nothing to gain from holding it. At most, it can be pushed into theaters to make a quick buck. Once the Oscars are gone, the audience will naturally stop watching. That's right. The old man said again. If it's appropriate, do this business with Firefly. Lemon stood in front of the French window in the office, listening to Joseph's report. The marketing department calculated that after this Oscar, the offline DVD sales of several films have increased. By April, the profit should be around $17 million. In addition, the theater chain has taken the initiative to provide theaters for small-scale screenings of these Oscar-winning films. Lyman has already taken people to negotiate. Oscar. How many works that should have been restricted by the market have become popular after being gilded? What is the blessing of fame? This is it. After so many Oscars, there is always something special. After packaging, the grand prize is given to many literary and artistic audiences. Miramax tasted the sweetness, and Firefly can also taste it. It's no wonder they run this in 1 year. If they do it well, they can make a living for a year. Such a big market is not limited to the United States. Some film and television companies have even contacted Firefly and can help them sell these works at a good price. You say, with such a chain of interests, how can a studio not be tempted? In addition, where did those film and television companies behind Miramax come from? They all set their sights on the Oscar cake. Now, Lemon has a preliminary opportunity to participate in it, and the Coppola family will naturally benefit as well. The public relations fees and project income can pass through their hands. Of course, the Oscar game must first be played by Firefly. This capital is Miramax's constant search for Oscar-suitable films, and it is also an affirmation of Firefly's production capabilities. In other words, Firefly has always lacked only the key to the door, not the threshold to enter. After Joseph left, Lemon met with the person in charge of the film and television company who wanted to cooperate. Chapter 740 011. Subscribe, vote. The man who came in was a white man in his 35s wearing glasses, holding several report documents in his hands. According to the identity reported by Mays, this man named Wilson was the president of an entertainment company that distributes films at film festivals. When he came up, Wilson took the initiative to make friends. He said, "Mr. Lemon, I'm a fan of yours. I have watched every movie you made repeatedly." "Really? Sit down first. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Lemon smiled and accepted his words of trying to get close to him. "Sir, you are really straightforward." Wilson followed the meaning and explained his purpose. In fact, it was nothing. He just wanted to talk to Lemon about repackaging Oscar-winning films such as No Country for Old Men and Pan's Labyrinth, and cooperating with Lemon to change the appearance and reharvest the wallets of literary and artistic youth. "We can do these things ourselves. Why bother your company?" Lemon said politely. Maybe you have some misunderstandings. Our business model is different from that of ordinary film and television companies. When it comes to his own business, Wilson seems more calm and speaks fluently. Your company's distributors can certainly operate the North American market, but most of the overseas sales are entrusted to Fox Films. However, Fox has already distributed the films before, so it is unlikely that they will invest too much resources, because their mainstream model is to cooperate with relatively large and secure distribution companies in various places. These films have already been transferred to the second hand when they are in the hands of those people, and there is a possibility that they will be transferred to the third hand. The losses in the middle are not small. Lemon listened and motioned him to continue. Lemon was used to being cheated during the distribution, and he could not catch it. As long as it was not too much, generally everyone would assume that the fees incurred by the transfer were paid. If it was just like this, Lemon would still not be moved. Perhaps Wilson also knew that dry words had no effect and finally began to show the hard stuff. He handed the report to Lyman and talked about some market data of their previous cooperation with Miramax. Taiwan sold $2 million US, of which more than 30,000 DVDs were sold, with a profit of $260,000. Eastern Europe sold out the regional copyright for a total of $7 million US, of which $850,000 US were earned from a flight rental. What does this mean? It is equivalent to the approximate output of the Oscar-winning movies they packaged when they were operated in each place. Lyman also understood how this company made a profit. They took advantage of the herd mentality or the preference for authority of some people to sell the Oscar-winning movies, especially the literary works, to a specific population market. Moreover, they never cooperated with large companies, but always found relatively weak distribution companies in various regions to focus on a market. No wonder they came to Firefly. In addition to the problem of film sources this year, it is also because a single type film and television company like them can only have a great advantage at certain times, such as packaging Oscar. In other words, after working for a long time, they have the confidence to operate the Oscar market most efficiently, Wilson said while constantly conveying the concept of win-win for both parties. It is obvious that they need film sources, but Firefly suffered a great loss by not cooperating with them and earned less money. It must be said that Wilson's eloquence is still there, and his analysis is also very accurate, because Fox really cannot make a detailed division of a single market, and it is unreasonable for them to waste their thoughts just to have a bite of the Oscar cake. Lyman estimated the revenue revealed in the financial statements. Even if there are some tricks in it, it is still tempting. The most important thing is that Firefly cannot eat the Oscar cake only once in the future. In many years, even Alibaba will spend a high price to get Green Book. You will know how tempting the Oscar is. Smart people can see the natural appeal of this platform to expand the advantage. In other words, no matter how many people complain about the political correctness and public relations of the Oscars, it can still influence the judgment standards of many people. And this is what many studios are pursuing. Lyman pondered for a while, handed the report back, and then asked, "So, how do you want to cooperate?" "The 3-year operating rights of those movies, and the profits will be divided into 60% and 40%. We split 60%. We are responsible for the contact and operation of all parties in the middle, but we are not trying to take advantage of your company. Of course we split 60%. We are not here to do charity. It is difficult to run away. Okay, take some time to sort out the cooperation contract, and we will finalize it after the legal review. Happy cooperation." Wilson suddenly found that his throat was a little dry. Although he was so calm, he was not sure that he could make this deal with Firefly before he came. It was more important for them to get the film source of Firefly's film festival, because the film types of non-mainstream film festivals were much more demanding than the general distribution. If you give them a popcorn movie, they will definitely not be able to make it. This is the limitation of a single market. Wilson suppressed his inner joy, said goodbye and walked out of the office door, feeling full of strength. This was the motivation brought by Franklin. The shooting progress of The Dark Knight was more than half, and the remaining funds still needed Lyman's approval. Perelman, who was in contact with the overseas distribution field, applied for the allocation of funds and manpower. He had to sign a confidentiality contract for personnel matters, and needed to arrange and review the copyright market data of Blue Butterfly Pictures in February, needed to be recorded and checked. Lyman sat in the boss chair and saw such matters. Some were troublesome, and some only needed to be signed and approved, but they all took time and energy to handle. Of course, this was also because Lyman did not give all the approval authority to Joseph. It's not for any other reason, it's just that I can't completely detach myself from the actual business of the company and don't care about anything. After all, many people are power hungry, and we can't trust personal qualities too much. In reality, I don't know how many cases of internal thieves have occurred in companies, so we really need to be vigilant. Even when Lyman goes out to film, he will use MLs to handle the backlog of affairs in the middle, in order to maintain a sense of presence in management. For this reason, Blue Butterfly, Digital Domain, Illumination Entertainment, and Firefly basically have separate management powers, and they don't hesitate to waste some power resources. Time has entered March. The pre-screening publicity of Juno is still building momentum, and the remaining few days will increase the investment. On the other hand, the pilot work of Stranger Things on HBO is also about to begin. March 3rd, Saturday. In a residential building in Brooklyn, New York, John quickly ate dinner and quickly sat on the sofa in the living room, staring at the TV screen. After the short opening clip, his younger brother George also ran over, and after a while he was surprised and said, "Isn't this short-haired actress the little girl in Travel to New York?" "Yes," John confirmed briefly, not wanting to pay attention to his brother's nagging. He is 15 years old this year, and his brother is 12 years old. Of course, he can't tell his brother that he likes Dakota Fanning very much, that is, the short-haired actress in his brother's mouth. In this play, he knew that Fanning would play the role of 11, as the trailer said, but compared with the short hairstyle, John prefers her long hair in Travel to New York, especially with the hairpin on the side of the ear, which is very beautiful. Although the general plot of this version of Stranger Things produced by Firefly has not changed much, the cast has completely changed compared to the original. After all, at that time, Weiss ran to take TV dramas, but now she can still play the role of a girl. It is impossible to ask her to play a housewife, unless Weiss's economic team is crazy. This is how Hollywood is. Once a female star takes a step backward, it is basically difficult to turn back. Or, you have played roles like mother and grandmother, so other age groups should be left to other actresses. Of course, Cate Blanchett does not have this concern. She is older, and has less room for choice. Moreover, her acting skills are as good as the combination of Dakota and Fanning, and she is not inferior to the original version. Or, it was only after Lyman personally communicated with the people in Fanning's team that she agreed to act in the TV series. With her fame and status among teenagers at this time, she can be said to have the best development momentum among the new generation of actresses born in the 1990s. At least, she quickly captured the hearts of the teenage audience who watched the show. Chapter 741 I saw the hidden problems under the economic boom. Please subscribe and vote. Jaden Bryan was very happy. He has been smiling since he received the information about the first episode of Stranger Things. More importantly, this drama seems to have great potential for broadcasting among young audiences, and there is a lot of room to be developed. As an executive of HBO's marketing department, he was able to negotiate such a drama and succeed. Thinking about the credit he could get, he was naturally in a good mood. Speaking of it in detail, it was also a surprise. He actually didn't expect that Stranger Things, a drama with a retro tone and a group of actors aged 12 to 14, would be so popular. Thinking of this, Bryan picked up the phone. When it's time to make friends, you will be more enthusiastic. After Lemon and Jaden Bryan finished chatting on the phone, Firefly also summarized more detailed ratings data. During the showtime around 8 o'clock last night, the highest number of viewers of Stranger Things reached 9.57 million, and the average ratings of the first episode were 4.5, and the series ranked in the top 10 of the all-day ratings. Of course, it may not be easy for Stranger Things to beat some reality shows or old dramas such as Desperate Housewives and Grey's Anatomy in ratings. However, HBO mainly relies on paying audiences to make a living, and it is enough to please its own base. Through research, they were pleasantly surprised to find that HBO may attract a large number of paying teenagers because of the show Stranger Things. Because although such young audiences do not have much financial strength, parents are usually willing to pay for their children, not to mention that Stranger Things does not have many explicit shots. In general, it is more heroic and focuses on the growth of characters. This means that in the following weeks, HBO's March financial report will usher in a small increase. All of this shows that the series is excellent and HBO has made a good business, which exceeds their previous expectations. In other words, HBO has thought about accepting mediocrity because Firefly cannot always make good dramas. Breaking Bad almost overturned. But the reality is that Firefly once again accurately captured the market population and achieved success. Moreover, this is only the first episode, and good dramas need a fermentation period. Even if the subsequent audience growth is not much, Stranger Things can easily break the 5 ratings without any pressure. Seeing such data results in the possible broadcast potential, HBO quickly finalized all the cooperation conditions of the series with Firefly, including the sequel. HBO was looking forward to establishing a relatively stable cooperative relationship with Firefly. During the negotiations for The Dark Knight, a TV series broadcast agreement was formulated. When the results passed the threshold and proved that Stranger Things had the capital to gain a foothold in primetime, it would certainly not drag its feet. After signing the contract, Lyman watched HBO very happily deliver $40 million, including $8 million for the purchase of the sequel, and he also felt how much profit margin the TV station had to operate a good drama. Firefly can earn $32 million in copyright broadcasting revenue from Stranger Things, and HBO can earn at least twice as much money from users, and this does not include profits from overseas broadcasts, offline markets and other channels. Unfortunately, it is easy to make a TV series, but it is difficult to build a platform, which is much more difficult than the film industry. The startup capital must not be less. If it is just to buy a local TV station, Lyman can do it easily, but he is unwilling to do such a meaningless, unimportant, and troublesome thing. You know, there are at least 300 local TV stations in the United States in each state. What's the point of squeezing in? If you can't build a sufficiently broad viewing framework, can't cover most of the United States, not to mention the surrounding TV markets such as Britain, Australia, and Canada, you can't form a combat force at all. This matter still needs time to plan. Have you found anything over there? Lyman looked at Johnson across from him. Some time ago, Johnson received a call from Lyman. After listening to his instructions, he began to pay attention to the surrounding financial markets and report any findings in a timely manner. However, Johnson was a little confused because the two had been together for so long. He knew that Lyman didn't invest much in financial products and was quite conservative in this regard, but he still dutifully collected relevant market information. At this moment, he replied, the only thing worth noting in the recent financial market is the quarterly financial report released by Golden Century Finance. The bad debt in it increased by $1.8 billion compared with the previous month. Then many investment banks on Wall Street pressed Golden Century to pay back the debt, which was as high as $17.4 billion. Golden Century can't pay it back and has applied for external assistance. Johnson Barbara said, not knowing that he had missed a big melon unknowingly. He thought that Golden Century just had a small problem in its lending business and would soon get over it. But Lyman was very excited when he heard it. He didn't think about shorting anything. After all, he was a Frenchman who dared to make money at this time. I'm afraid he had never been beaten by capitalism, or he had had enough of the days of making money by making movies honestly, and planned to have a fight with the CIA, and live a restless life for the rest of his life. The US government has always been unreasonable, not to mention the beginning of this sensitive period. You know, at this time, 99% of the people in the industry didn't notice the danger, and they were all advocating how prosperous and strong the United States was. When the economy took off, they encouraged people to buy houses and various financial products. If you look closely, the overall US economy looks very good at this stage. The economic growth rate has always remained at 3% to 4%. The unemployment rate is lower than the average of previous years, between 4% and 5%, and inflation is between 2% and 3.5%. The Federal Reserve is more concerned about growth and inflation rather than debt growth, and the federal interest rate has increased from 1% in 2004 to 5% in 2006. Even so, people are willing to take out loans, even though house prices have risen by 30% year on year in 2004 and 80% compared to 2000. This is already the largest increase in house prices in the United States since World War II, but the real estate market is still hot, and this is not blindly promoted by investors. For example, suppose a family used $50,000 to pay a down payment on a house worth $250,000 in around 2005, and then the house price rose from $250,000 to $350,000 in 2007. Then this family doubled its money just from the investment effect. In other words, the homeowner did nothing, borrowed money to buy a house, and sold it 2 years later, making a net profit of $100,000. How could such a profitable business be missed? As a result, in the lending business of major investment banks, the proportion of household debt increased from 85% in 2000 to 120% in 2006, and the credit standards were lowered year by year. The main reason was that investment banks were willing to lend money to people to buy houses, and people at all income levels increased their debt ratios. Among them, the debt ratio of the lowest income group increased the fastest. With the wealth effect brought by buying a house, more and more people began to refinance real estate and increase leverage for speculation. In 2005, when the economy was booming, the amount of housing loans and housing refinancing funds reached about $500 billion, a five-fold increase from 1998. As a result, the US debt ratio reached 300% of GDP. In this self-circulating game, both borrowers and lenders have benefited. The better everyone's life is, the more they think they have enjoyed the benefits brought by social development. The lower the credit standards are, and the faster the housing prices rise. The Federal Reserve continues to formulate a series of plans to promote economic growth. In the office, when Lyman listened to the news of the financial market, Treasury Secretary Paulson, who took office in 2006, had already seen the problem. He was previously the CEO of Goldman Sachs and was very sensitive to overheated financial markets. After carefully analyzing the financial markets in recent years, he soon frowned. Paulson immediately approached Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke and New York Fed Chairman Geithner to express his concerns. Because a large amount of borrowing has not brought about an increase in income, deposit rates cannot decline indefinitely, and the number of loans cannot increase indefinitely. Once the debt matures, a large amount of loans cannot be collected, but are mortgaged with fixed assets. Once the number is too large, the debt will definitely be squeezed out. This is the subprime mortgage problem that Paulson discovered. Federal Reserve Chairman Bernanke takes it very seriously, but not too seriously, because inflation in the United States is stable, so other aspects are not a big problem, but he also decided to gather people to solve it. And when Golden Century Financial, the second largest subprime mortgage company in the United States, began to lay off employees, they still thought it was a small problem. Paulson walked out of the Treasury Department slowly and frowned again. He was still worried. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 Juno subscriptions, votes. March schedule was opened by Horns of the Wild produced by Buena Vista. Although this group of wild and funny Harley Davidsons received a lot of negative reviews after its release, it still easily climbed to the top of the list, earning $38 million in the first weekend. The box office performance far exceeded the expectations of the distributor Buena Vista Pictures. In addition, media giant Viacom was also very happy in March, because Paramount has also become one of the main forces in the North American film market. Zodiac, directed by David Fincher, successfully became the runner-up, winning $13.1 million at the box office. Another film, Black Snake, released by Paramount with an advantage, ranked 8th with $4.02 million. What's more surprising is that Horns of the Wild brought together 4 old actors with an average age of about 50, Tim Allen, John Travolta, Martin Lawrence, and William H. Massey, but unexpectedly won the hearts of female audiences. According to data provided by Nielsen, the proportion of female audiences exceeded 54%. In addition, Allen has starred in many Disney movies, and the leading actors all attended Oprah Winfrey's talk show. That episode of Funny Interviews also played a good role in promoting the film. In the first week of the March schedule, the top 10 films on the list achieved a total box office of $100.8 million, an increase of 30% compared with the market dominated by Maddie's Family Reunion in the same period last year. In the second week, The box office market was still hot, and the promotion of Juno also reached the final sprint stage. The main creators participated in various talk shows, radio stations and magazine interviews, etc., and the internet was also constantly building momentum under the leadership of SYN, the manager of the online publicity department of Blue Butterfly Pictures. On the evening of Thursday, March 8th, the long-awaited film finally arrived for movie fans. Taking advantage of the holiday, a group of students, mainly students, flocked to the theater to watch Juno, which seemed like a campus youth film in the trailer. Although in the eyes of cinema operators, the films produced by Firefly have always been good, but according to the theme, market capacity and the share of demand for other films, Juno opened on only 2,475 screens, while Hog Race, which ranked first in the daily box office list, had 3,220 screens. Different themes will naturally affect the choice of the market audience. The older ones will tend to be vulgar comedies like Hog Race, which are really funny. A smile will make you feel better. The younger ones mostly walked into the screening room of Juno, San Francisco, Emperor Entertainment Cinema. This chain of cinemas mainly consists of multiple theaters. At this time, Juno is arranged in the number 3 theater, and the number of seats accounts for 90% of the total number of seats. Generally speaking, after the film starts playing, the audience will not make noisy noises to affect the viewing experience, but now it is not quiet at all. Discussions, quarrels, and excitement. The exquisite pictures shot on the screen have aroused the emotions of many people. No one thought that this was a movie about underage pregnancy. When Juno and her boyfriend tasted the forbidden fruit, some middle-aged parents were worried that their children would be adversely affected. After all, no matter how open the United States is, some things should be avoided. So, some quarrels were caused by parents wanting to leave, but their children didn't want to, with some flattering voices in between. The beginning of the film was normal, even beautiful. The idyllic town, lively and cheerful country music, and the harmonica combined with the exquisite lens immediately attracted the attention. When everyone thought it was a normal campus comedy, the style suddenly changed. The carefree Juno also began to become a little depressed. She thought about abortion, but gave up the idea. Until this time, those parents who wanted to leave immediately also felt that this would be a different sensitive movie. Then, follow the camera into the inner world of Juno, an underage girl. She held a pipe in her mouth, pretended to be Sherlock Holmes sitting on the sofa in her boyfriend's house, and complained naively, "I feel like I'm a planet." Juno touched her gradually growing belly, and complained to herself. A burst of laughter sounded in the screening room at the right time. However, seeing the excitement of the teenagers around them, some middle-aged people could not help but frown. The better this film is, the more it will guide and demonstrate badly to the audience. Just like High School Musical and Go-Go Shot, the former makes many young people want to learn street dance, and the latter makes children long for the green grass, with fancy passing, bulltails, and preferably a long-distance shot when shooting. Most movies have a subtle guiding effect. This is also the reason why movies have to be graded. Some movies are indeed not suitable for immature people. But under the gentle shell of Juno, it is still a warning and preaching, rather than advocating underage pregnancy. When the film was halfway through, most middle-aged people's hearts also returned a little. The plot is getting more and more serious. Juno's mentality has gradually matured. He knows what love and responsibility are, which also means the necessary sacrifice when taking responsibility. Finally, the birth of the baby is a rare touch of relief. The film ended. Different from the praise from the young audience, some middle-aged people said to their sons/daughters in a serious manner, "Did you see that? Getting pregnant in high school is a very bad thing. You must not try it. Did you see those people's advice to Juno? You should not do anything other than being a student during your student period." I originally thought that I might spend more time on sex education through this topic. After all, I just watched the movie and some of the plots are quite profound. The director does not advocate such behavior, but he is more opposed to abortion. But I didn't expect that the children did have some understanding, and even said funny answers, like "I can't go out to play with a big belly." Maybe we can better understand what responsibility is after a deeper contact. What we can't bear is the harm to many people. Among the happy, appreciative, or ignorant audiences, Michelle, who followed the crowd out, was hiding her sadness. She felt that she should have seen this movie a long time ago, or never seen it. She is 15 years old this year, and like Juno in the movie, she tasted the forbidden fruit out of curiosity or sentimentality. But she is not as brave as Juno, and her boyfriend is even more panicked, and begged her to abort. She thought she could forget, but sometimes, the more you avoid, the more it is a torture. The seeds of regret have been planted long ago, and Juno is just an opportunity to open the defense line. The girl cried while thinking about the baby born by Juno. If she didn't go, but gave birth bravely, would everything be different? She didn't know, but she had always thought about it. It was originally a flower-like age, wasn't it? She couldn't go back to the past. Michelle walked on the street, confused, and unknowingly came to her boyfriend's house. Oh, no, they have broken up. After that time, all the good things ended. She didn't know why she came here. After standing for a long time, she suddenly laughed at herself. But she couldn't laugh. Tears mixed with snot flowed on her face, leaving traces. Emotion slowly subsided. Sometimes, it's good to vent. She was about to leave when the familiar person came out. What are you doing here? The boy may have discovered Michelle a long time ago, and he came out to see her after a certain ideological struggle. I wanted to be tough, because it was an accident that no one wanted, but seeing the tears on the girl's face, her voice softened. Nothing. Michelle lowered her head, her voice choked. Is there something wrong? What happened? Why don't you cry? The boy was a little flustered. As she asked, the girl's tears went out of control again. She wanted to ask what would happen if the two of them could take responsibility together that time. She wanted to know if a gentle ending like Juno would be the reward for her persistence. But she is not Juno. Michelle was just thinking that she did not have Juno's courage or the carefreeness of Juno in facing life with a smile. If she really insisted, would she fulfill her responsibilities? This is a question with an answer, so she wanted to cry. The boy snorted softly, silently stepped back a few steps, and then he hugged the girl again. He was also regretting, but there was still a future. Chapter 743, The Cunningness of Talking Without Deepening. Please subscribe, vote. The screening is over. Critics have gone home to finish their manuscripts, and occasionally they can reminisce about this clever movie. Yes, Juno is quite clever, even cunning. The film obviously chose a topic that can be explored in depth, early sexual maturity among teenagers, but it just doesn't go in this direction. But is it disappointing? It seems not. Juno does not avoid talking about abortion and underage pregnancy, but it does not promote a wrong value. On the contrary, what everyone can see is Juno's unique personality and courage, and Juno's parents' openness, so that there is no depressing atmosphere in the whole film, and it is also a growth diary of an underage girl. Vivid characters, wonderful lines, and correct themes are all the advantages of the film. They are intertwined with each other, and they are outstanding and wonderful among similar works. It is a rare masterpiece. The audience proved this with their actions. In theaters across the United States, most people praise the film after watching it. The movie is great. I thought it would be a critical sermon, but it was so loving and gentle. It drives me crazy. The creators are amazing. That harmonica music is so nice. If the soundtrack CD is released, I must buy one. The popularity of the film on the internet has surged rapidly. In just one night, the page score of Juno on IMDb was 8.3 points. With this growth rate and praise rate, the film will soon enter the top 250. Of course, the scoring method of top 250 is quite strict. Only senior movie fans who have registered for a long time and have a good scoring attitude can determine the top 250 score of a movie. This is done to prevent some viewers from scoring randomly under emotional conditions. It is a measure for IMDb to ensure the authority of the list. Therefore, the score of top 250 is usually lower than the score on the main page, provided that the film is eligible to enter. For example, the first film directed by Lyman, Bad Guys, which broke 400 million worldwide, has a score of 8.2 on the main page, while the top 250 is 8.0, which is barely in the same score range of 200 to 220. For a drama film involving such sensitive topics as underage pregnancy, it is definitely a surprising number to achieve this score. However, IMDb's taste is like this, or the audience is willing to see some films that talk about social topics, as long as they are really well made. The most praised comment in the comments area at this time is, "What attracted me to watch this movie is that it tells a topic that many people are reluctant to mention in a light-hearted and humorous way, teenage unwanted pregnancy and abortion. In addition, the soundtrack is nice." This is enough to understand why the audience likes this movie. The next day, the entertainment pages of newspapers and magazines also reported on Juno, or opened columns to write film reviews. The Los Angeles Times praised, "Jason Reitman is undoubtedly an underrated director, and he is very suitable for such a subject." Then, the film review column analyzed Juno in this way. "The soft and delicate sense of the lens is like a bright sunshine with a relaxed and melodious country soundtrack. The natural scene design is wonderful, and the dialogue with slang makes people smile. Such a subject can be shot very seriously or very bizarre, but in the hands of director Reitman, it is unique, warm, and meaningful." In the early morning of the 10th, the box office data of the first day of the release of Juno was freshly released. With an average of $11,620 and 2,475 screens, it won $28.76 million on the first day, and topped the daily box office list, followed by Wild Hogs with 3,220 theaters and a box office of $10.8 million. In the Bowen Distribution Company, the analysis of market data is still in progress. The main reason is that the film Hunter Flying release by Bowen clearly gave them a surprise beyond their expectations, which made them feel refreshed. However, nowadays, the market changes so quickly that people are caught off guard and feel a little upset. Bowen actually didn't take the release of Juno too seriously. Anyway, there are always new films competing for the market during the schedule. If there is no Juno, there are other ones. But I didn't expect that the subsequent market trend would be far beyond Bowen's previous plan. In theory, the performance of Hunter Flying in the second week is relatively stable, and it would be easy to get the market share it deserves. However, it just so happens that the premiere of Juno is popular, and everyone makes their own box office, but the target audience overlaps. If it is an ordinary movie, it will be fine. After the first weekend, the threat will not be very big. The fear is that this kind of good reputation and audience still likes it will be likely to squeeze other works in the schedule once the momentum is established. If there is a little effort, the box office market will lose the suspense of snatching. And Juno has demonstrated such screening potential. You know, the average number of theaters that exceed 10,000 is a threshold for judging a hit film, which means high attendance and high conversion rate. In contrast, Hunrace sold so well in the first week and was the box office champion, but it only took in $7,400 per theater. This is much higher than the average low-cost film. Losing the top spot in the daily box office also means that the exposure will be reduced for a long time. After all, if you don't know when to choose, you will not choose a big bad movie based on the market performance. Now, a very realistic problem is facing Bowen Pictures. After the release of Juno, the box office of Hunrace has declined a lot. If you don't think of some solutions, it will only be eliminated by the market more quickly in the future. But the question is how to compete? To compete, there must be a basic law. If you do it randomly, the effect will definitely be minimal, and it will be a waste of money. If it is only strong for a while, it is easy to say. Increase your own publicity, maintain the heat, and wait for Juno to start to decline. The impact of both parties will automatically be reduced. Anyway, Bowen has never thought that it can always sit firmly on the championship. But if it is not a temporary rise, and the subsequent market remains stable, we have to think carefully about what to do. It is not to escape or anything, but to make the best choice. For the sake of fighting, it is impossible for a big distributor like Bowen to not spend money and resources, or even actively reduce the expenditure of money, which is also a way to ensure benefits. Otherwise, if you act recklessly, then Wild Hogs will still not be able to compete with Juno and lose market share. It is not a very correct thing. On the contrary, it is called actively increasing your own risks. First of all, it should be understood that Wild Hogs attracted a large number of female audiences, so the market performance far exceeded expectations. After all, before the screening, Bowen positioned the film in the market to win the wallets of middle-aged men. Once the box office data of Juno came out, the relevant market positioning could naturally be obtained. In addition to the main box office of teenagers, this film also attracted many female audiences, especially women around 24 to 30 years old. The possible reason is that the interesting plot and Juno's belly getting bigger day by day and finally giving birth to a healthy and cute baby stimulated women's desire to protect or satisfied the expectations of those expectant mothers who have no children, are single or married without children, and their imagination of future life. In other words, there is a sense of substitution. Watching a movie, there is always a place that can impress the audience, otherwise the box office will definitely not be high. And the problem lies here. A part of the audience of the two films overlaps highly, which led the female audience who would have chosen to watch Wild Hogs race to the screening room of Juno, which led to a serious decline in the box office performance of Wild Hogs race. More importantly, at this juncture, the general negative reviews of Wild Hogs race by film critics before will greatly affect the audience's choice. There were no outstanding movies before, so it doesn't matter if you laugh, but with better works, not so many people will go to see a vulgar comedy. Bowen Pictures certainly understands this truth, and the comparison of films between schedules is important. The fact is that Wild Hogs race lags behind Juno in all aspects, from critics to audience reputation to market performance. Then, Bowen doesn't have to worry about it. On the 11th, Juno closed at $23.64 million. The theater chain has decided to reduce some of the screen resources of Wild Hogs race and increase them for Juno. Chapter 744. The Luck That Was Stolen. Please subscribe, vote. Juno earned $52.78 million in its first weekend. Lyman handed the box office data in his hand to Lyman. In addition, the discussion with the theater chain about the increase in screenings has been completed. Starting next week, the number of screens will increase to 3,128, and the screening share will rise to 38%. Regarding the soundtrack CD, Sony has come up with a cooperation plan. They provide the channel and take 60%, and they also pay the copyright fee. In the past few days, Firefly has received a lot of good news. The market performance of Juno is indeed good, and the film's screening potential is now being fully released. For example, in the past week, the North American weekly box office data was officially released, and Juno easily topped the list. In the same period, there is nothing to beat among the new films except Juno, but there are a few works that have been screened for a while, and the cumulative box office gap is not very large. Among them, Ghost Rider, which Nicolas Cage collaborated with Columbia and Dimension Pictures in the middle of last year, cost $110 million. After more than a month of screening, it took in $18.62 million again, ranking third, making the North American box office exceed the $100 million yuan threshold, with a total of $113 million in North America. However, the film has a bad reputation, and Columbia's plan to create another Marvel series did not succeed. The Los Angeles Times mercilessly evaluated the film as an all-round waste of the main creators' time and money. According to the investment amount and publicity and promotion expenses, Ghost Rider must at least get $300 million box office in various markets, but now it seems impossible. Overseas regions have less revenue due to unfavorable reasons in North America, which is completely unworthy of the huge budget of this film. Of course, Marvel, which has already sold the character image, is not heartbroken. Anyway, whether the movie sells well or not, they will not get any money. You must know that the Spider-Man series is so popular that Marvel indirectly earned more than $30 million because the comics are popular in the market, and Columbia will not give Marvel the copyright dividends belonging to Spider-Man. In the same period, the second place was New Line's The Number 23. This thriller starring Jim Carrey was directed by the horror master Joel Schumacher. After the two joined forces, it did not have the market appeal it should have, but the film still earned $32.76 million. The sixth place was Wild Hogs with overlapping audiences. The more Juno was favored by the market, the worse it was, and it only earned $5.87 million at this moment. Lyman originally knew that the box office market of Juno would be good, but it was quite sudden to be able to maintain its outstanding performance smoothly. In the following days, the box office of Juno only declined by 24%, which is far lower than the proportion that most films should have. Of course, this is actually the choice given by the market. First, there are not many high-quality movies in the March schedule. Second, once a drama-type film like Juno has a good reputation, it will be less affected by the time market than ordinary commercial films. Because the production investment of Juno was less than $11 million, the cost was recovered after the first week. This is also the reason why low-cost movies seem to have no market records at the box office, but they can always make a lot of money. Saw only looks at the box office, which is insignificant compared to a number of blockbusters, but the profit of this series can be compared with the Matrix trilogy. 8:3 is unfair, but the 8 sequels of Saw combined have not reached half of the production investment of The Matrix. If Juno can follow the expected landing point deduced by Blue Butterfly Pictures, based on the market, it will be able to accumulate a considerable amount of profit from all over the world in about 2 months, and the worst box office is $100 million. But putting this project aside for the time being, Firefly's project output this year is still a headache. Although Firefly Pictures is now in a stage of rapid expansion and accumulation of wealth, from the initial annual profit of less than $50 million to the current March quarter, it can earn far more than $50 million in profits. Well, if it encounters a hit, it is easy to exceed $100 million. But these are all based on the smooth development of the production business, and the foundation is still not solid. Even if it can make many hit films every year, it only increases the annual income, and it is impossible for the company to move up to the next level. At best, the integrated business can only be regarded as a second-tier studio with more outstanding project income, rather than a media company with multifaceted development and in-depth channels. Firefly has neither its own continuous source of funds, nor can it be said to bind overseas markets and upgrade its business. And now, there is another problem in front of Lyman. Lyman looked at Lyman, called Joseph, and said slowly, "Yesterday, Lyman's good boss Gustav called me and wanted to cooperate in the development of Twilight. They will provide overseas distribution and assist Blue Butterfly in domestic distribution. All production revenue belongs to us, but this project and the sequel must provide them with certain copyright dividends. Do we agree or not?" During this period, Firefly has been developing quietly, and Lionsgate is not bad. If Lionsgate hadn't called him, Lyman wouldn't have known that Lionsgate was about to take action. In the past 4 or 5 years, in addition to DreamWorks, another studio that challenges overseas rights has appeared, and its capital is far stronger than DreamWorks. However, Lyman suspects that Lionsgate is quite embarrassed now. He knows that Lionsgate will definitely be able to create an overseas distribution network, but in the original time and space, Lionsgate first relied on small budget thrillers and horror works to accumulate strength, and then carefully operated the Twilight series, which barely made its own way. But now, the copyrights of novels with some influence in the market have all been taken away by the Big Five and Firefly and other studios. Although Lionsgate has also obtained a few, after much consideration, they are not suitable for large-scale distribution. Moreover, the overseas benefits cannot meet the needs of others, and it is impossible to provide resources to cooperate with Lionsgate. In other words, Lionsgate carefully prepared and communicated with many distributors, but found that they could not come up with good projects. The cake was not big enough, and it was not tempting enough. It seems that the momentum is very loud, and it is likely to break the Big Five pattern, but if the benefits cannot be divided for a long time, the fragile relationship that is maintained by interests will naturally break. It is a good thing to have power to borrow, but it is very embarrassing to have power without real benefits. After internal discussion, Lionsgate still set its sights on Firefly, mainly because Lyman deliberately made friends in this time and space, and the two companies also had interests entangled when they were more close. Moreover, after Lyman got the copyright of Twilight and the film adaptation rights of its subsequent works, Lionsgate president John Fema has been obsessed with it. He always felt that this series was extremely suitable for Lionsgate's future plans and wanted to pay a high price to let Firefly sell. Of course, Lyman refused at the time and only vaguely said that there might be an opportunity for cooperation. But John Farmer once again placed his bets on this series, which was based on the intuition of a filmmaker. Because a series of movies targeting the youth market is the most suitable for global distribution, there are not many cultural barriers and there is no threshold for watching movies. And love is a theme that all audiences can recognize. Just look at how many popular love movies there are in the world. After receiving Guster's call, Lyman also realized that Lionsgate was no longer willing to continue to fight small and would definitely use the well-communicated overseas distribution network to upgrade its distribution business and grab the overseas share that should only be available to the 5 major companies. Although he considered it, Lyman did not expect Lionsgate to move so quickly. However, Lionsgate also filmed Twilight in 2008 in its previous life. It seems that it was in time to develop a certain overseas distribution network in 2007. It is impossible that Twilight was already filmed before it was released overseas. Such a big thing should be prepared in advance. Lionsgate has the ability to distribute overseas. Lyman was the first to be surprised. It must be said that Lionsgate's low-key approach has confused many people. Who would have thought that such a studio that has been established for many years, except for being noticed sometimes because of acquisitions, has been developing low-cost themes for the rest of the time, and the single investment share of the studio has never exceeded $60 million US, suddenly wants to make a big move without making a sound. In the past, DreamWorks often developed high-cost movies and only had other ideas due to business needs. Lionsgate does not look like a company with such needs. After all, thrillers are not popular overseas. How much money can they make? Chapter 745. Let Lionsgate go first. Please subscribe and vote. Stereotypes are not good. This was Liam's first thought when he heard that Lionsgate had established an overseas distribution network at this point in time. But in a flash, he thought about the purpose of the so-called cooperation. As we all know, the most important thing for film distribution is not only publicity and promotion resources, but also high-quality film sources. Apart from other things, if it is only distributed domestically, less than 10 films a year is a waste of channels. If it is expanded to overseas, more than half of these 10 films must be worthy of global distribution. Those movies with a box office of millions should not be taken out. It is useless to release them. The effort is not proportional to the benefits, and there is a high probability of loss. Lionsgate's output is not low. Strictly speaking, it has more production projects than Firefly. Last year alone, Lionsgate produced 17 films, but Lionsgate, like most studios, has uncontrollable investment in filming. Among the 18 films, more than half of them are barely profitable or have a small loss. The total profit covers the total expenditure and then make a profit. In other words, if Lionsgate relies entirely on self-production, it will definitely not be able to support such a large overseas network because most low-cost films do not have an overseas market. Then, they must find a way to solve the problem of high-quality film sources. Here we can refer to the practices of the Big Five. A large proportion of their overseas business is to attract small and medium-sized studios, distribute their films, and collect channel fees. Lionsgate has a good relationship with Columbia. In the past, if Lionsgate had any films worthy of overseas distribution, most of them were represented by Columbia. Therefore, if Lionsgate wants to be independent, it must find a way to stabilize Columbia. From the perspective of Lionsgate, Lyman thinks that, if they want to compete for the overseas market, they probably have already started to act, not only maintain a good relationship with Firefly, but also try to win other independent studios. Even for the source of film, they can make certain concessions and increase their own bargaining chips, reduce the cost of overseas channels, give benefits to independent studios, and exchange for high quality film sources. This is an easy way to come up with. If Lionsgate doesn't do this, what can it use to compete with the Big Five? If everyone is the same, why bother you Lionsgate to distribute? Therefore, Lyman suddenly felt that Lionsgate's move was good for Firefly. Anyway, they don't have the ability to distribute overseas, and the movies have to be handed over to others. The pattern has been broken, and the beneficiaries are these small and medium-sized studios. This is like the price war among mobile phone manufacturers. They are competing for market share, but it does not prevent consumers from enjoying the benefits. As for the price going up again after the pattern stabilizes, we have to wait until then. Joseph seemed to have thought of this, and also thought that he could stay close to Lionsgate. Of course, we consider the problem from the perspective of each other's interests, which is very realistic. So it doesn't matter what Lionsgate will do, but how Firefly will expand its own strength is important. Lemon pondered for a long time, nodded, and handed the matter to Joseph, asking him to deal with Lionsgate president John Feldmeier. March 24th. Juno, which has been released for more than 2 weeks, has accumulated a box office of more than $75 million. In France, The Intouchables, which has been screened for nearly 4 months, has reached an astonishing local box office of €218 million. In fact, as early as the beginning of March, The Intouchables did not sell much at the box office. But because the box office was very close to the target, the 3 distributors unanimously decided not to take the film off the shelves, preferring to make less money to promote the film. Finally, with the accumulation of Day by Day, The Intouchables succeeded. Of course, this phenomenon of maintaining the local market is not uncommon. Almost all regions have taken similar measures to resist the invasion of Hollywood blockbusters, but some have succeeded, and some have failed. So, what is the significance of this? It's simple. A film that expresses French culture has surpassed the former champion of the list, Titanic, with a box office of $217.8 million, with a box office of $218 million. The highest grossing film in French history is no longer a Hollywood film, and the number of moviegoers has also broken the record, reaching 17.65 million. In other words, the top of the list is engraved with the mark of France. When local films were sluggish and were repeatedly plundered by Hollywood blockbusters, The Intouchables went against the trend and injected a shot of adrenaline into the French market. Its success proves that French audiences are willing to support local films, provided that they are made with heart, rather than taking the film support fund to mess around with art. Lemon also understands the good intentions of the French government. By the end of the screening, it was almost the government calling on the public to support this film, and it took quite a while. Is The Intouchables good? It is excellent, and it is a good work. But the type of film is not the kind that draws the market. At best, it can only be said to be a hit, but it is definitely much worse than the world-class phenomenon of Titanic. But so what? The top-ranked film in the Japanese and Korean markets was also supported by the government. People's hearts are in favor, and that's enough. Of course, French filmmakers are somewhat excited, but inside Firefly, everyone's emotions are relatively calm. As long as it is a movie, the profit is just like that. Because the 3 distributors have made a lot of efforts, the publicity expenses in the middle and the share of the theaters are calculated. $218 million can still leave $68.9 million. Excluding expenses and part of the bonuses as well as copies, transportation, taxes, etc. Firefly can get a profit of $45.6 million from the box office market. However, taking into account the offline market and copyright operations, The Intouchables should bring Firefly no less than $110 million in revenue. Among them, Gaumont, Pathé and Europa can share at least $90 million net profits from the total revenue of the project. Of course, this money is what they deserve. When the news that The Intouchables won the French box office championship spread to North America, it was quite lively. It was mainly because Lemon's fame was growing day by day, and the production business of Firefly was on the right track, and achieved frequent results, so the audience was quite interested in his news. And with the nature of the media, with an audience base, they don't need Lemon to come forward to report some topic-influenced things, and they can do it beautifully by themselves. Look at this title. Wow, The Intouchables breaks the French total box office record. Lemon last surpasses James Cameron. Lemon didn't know what Cameron thought after reading it, but he just wanted to say, is there anything to compare between them? They are both directors, and they both want to make better movies. What's the matter? Do people have to compare with each other? Cameron walked out of the studio and took the newspaper from his assistant without any extra feelings. His impression of Lyman still remained at the time when he took over his shares in Digital Domain. That was a relatively close meeting between the two of them, and they had no contact at all in normal times. However, he had some respect for Lyman. Of course, his admiration did not refer to making movies, as he would not admit defeat to anyone in this regard. He also did not think that a record set 8 or 9 years ago could not be surpassed. Box office records? Aren't they meant to be broken? But Lyman was able to make movies while spending time to set up a production studio, and it was not just an empty shell for tax evasion. The production business was very good, which Cameron himself could not do. He could not control Digital Domain in the past, and finally had a falling out with Scott Ross. What bothered him the most was that Digital Domain was clearly on the right track with his project, but due to the disagreement in business philosophy, the shareholders and management unanimously chose Scott Ross. Cameron's personality certainly did not think it was his own problem. After selling his shares, he became even more lazy, or should we say, striving for excellence, because among the existing big directors, Cameron's film production speed is the slowest. Back to Firefly. On the market, Juno is still steadily earning box office revenue. For such a drama, word of mouth work, if it can make back the cost, it is a small profit, and if it can make a profit, it is a big profit, because a production studio needs such a good word of mouth work to deepen the audience's impression of the Firefly brand. On the other hand, Lionsgate is still negotiating cooperation with Joseph, but it has changed from intention to specific details. After a few days, the post-production of The Edge of Society was completed. After Alfonso had a few words with Lyman, he returned to Mexico for vacation with satisfaction. He also meant to participate in the Cannes exhibition. The temptation of the film festival is still there for him. At the same time, in the financial market that Lyman has been distracted by, Golden Century officially announced bankruptcy. The elites of Wall Street are busy cutting meat and drinking blood, squeezing the company's remaining high-quality assets, and no one thinks much about it. Are there not enough companies that have closed down due to various problems? It's just normal operation. Chapter 746 Netflix Transformation. Subscriptions. Vote. Los Gatos, California. Netflix headquarters. Patty McCord, then Netflix's chief talent officer, stood aside with a calm expression, as if the suggestions about the company's direction and the more subversive promotion of the personnel system were not made by her. In fact, Netflix's success is closely related to its unique corporate culture. For example, the cancellation of the vacation system, reimbursement system and travel system mentioned at this moment, and even the establishment of a headhunting agency within the company to manage employees like managing products. It is also clear why the traditional corporate culture concept should be challenged. Co-founder and CEO Reed Hastings thought slowly and nodded affirmatively from time to time. The implementation of this theory is what he has always wanted to do, and it will indeed help to gather Netflix's executive core. However, regarding the online playback platform, isn't it a bit early? Reed Hastings pondered for a long time, but still hadn't made up his mind. Netflix's DVD rental business is not even mature, and it is too risky to rashly enter other fields with a shallow foundation. For Hastings, the overall plan is correct, but the timing is wrong. Under the influence of each other, it is difficult to see its own advantages. Patty did not say that, if it does not transform, it will die, nor did she talk about the argument that wealth and honor must be sought in danger. She just made a statement, based on the market. After Google acquired YouTube for $1.65 billion the year before last, it successively reached content authorization and protection agreements with Universal Music, Sony BMG, Warner Music, and Columbia Broadcasting Corporation, eliminating the market's concerns that content providers may pursue infringing content and escalate legal actions. To this day, YouTube's main video content has included movie clips, TV shorts, music videos, etc., as well as amateur videos made by other uploaders, and the number of daily active users has exceeded 6 million. If we are one step slower, our opponents will be one step faster. How much advantage does Netflix have? Reed Hastings frowned. After all, this matter really concerns the future of Netflix. You should know that the main business of YouTube, which is still developing at the moment, and Netflix do not overlap, but YouTube has begun to invade Netflix's field, online DVD rental. After all, Netflix has always been involved in the distribution of film shooting footage and film and television content. Moreover, Blockbuster still occupies the largest share of offline market in this field, and Netflix relies on high quality service. Back then, when Netflix was first established, it was just because I went to Blockbuster stores to select DVDs. The service attitude of the clerk was arrogant, and their push method was problematic. They always put the popular films in the most conspicuous position, and some old films were not taken seriously at all. Therefore, they founded a company that can freely search for movies and then place orders to buy DVDs through the membership system and deliver them in the form of express delivery points. Netflix's main online rental users are netizens who grew up with the internet era. Now, YouTube is also trying to win over this part of users, even if YouTube is not involved in online rentals, let alone the intention of developing distribution outlets. But who knows when they will have this idea. If they really call, they will be passive. This is what Patty McCord wants to say. Well, let's have a meeting. Let's decide on the idea first. Don't think it's easy to upload the offline video resources to the online platform. There are many problems in transformation. Hastings considered several points just by thinking about it, but not implementing it. First, Netflix and content providers, such as the Big Five, Firefly, Lionsgate, and Blockbuster, only sign the agency sales of video copyrights. The film and television copyrights are not Netflix's. After all, Netflix does not make film and television dramas. They are just one of the platforms of offline channels. If they want to play online and make profits from member payments, how should the profits in this regard be distributed? Are content providers willing to support it? Second, if you want to switch to online, you must drastically optimize the user experience, develop personalized recommendation algorithms for online platforms, and make it as convenient as the DVD rental business push. The reason why Netflix can get to where it is now is that it has better service than Blockbuster. If not, it would have closed down long ago. In terms of agency sources, there is no room for comparison with Blockbuster at the beginning. It's just that Blockbuster's own management is rigid and the structure is bloated. Otherwise there would be no place for others. Third, the transformation of the company's business will inevitably affect the existing company management and departmental business. A set of plans must also be put forward. Of course, the most important thing is to reach an agreement with various content providers. Without content support, it is simply a waste to do online broadcasting. Seeing that her idea was recognized, Patty turned around and notified them. Netflix, it is indeed time to change. Lyman soon learned about Netflix's plan. It was mainly because Viacom Group, News Corporation and the Big Five notified the more upscale content providers one by one and listened to their opinions. Fortunately, Firefly has the right to speak at the table. Lyman is certainly not unfamiliar with Netflix, but he has never thought about contacting the company in advance, mainly because it is not very useful. Netflix rang the bell and went public in 2002. It is not short of funds. Maybe Lyman still needed to hold Netflix's fire at that time. Besides, why should Netflix pay much attention to a second-rate studio? They rely on large-scale DVD rentals and go by volume. The DVD rental business has always been a gold mine, and those who are qualified to operate the gold mine are mainly Blockbuster, AOL, and Netflix under Viacom. Netflix has not been on the map until it is recognized by Wall Street investment banks. Until the listing financing, there are many capitals behind it. For example, Murdoch Group, Paramount, is one of the shareholders behind SoftBank, and Redstone also has a stake in Sequoia, Universal. Netflix is certainly qualified to be a middleman in the business between the parent companies of many studios and make profits through channels. In the offline market of the entire Hollywood, studios are conducting capital circulation and profit redistribution with these channel dealers every day. A set of rules have been formed, and everyone's interests are guaranteed. After all, the studio produces content and the channel dealer lays out content, which is a cooperative relationship. Now, Netflix wants to launch a streaming service and wants to talk to everyone about becoming an internet pay TV and movie distributor, and mainstream movies and TV series can continue to maintain a highly synchronized frequency, and also operate DVD online rental. Content procurement is the most common solution for Netflix to solve the problem of content richness since its establishment. It is no exception in the cooperation with streaming media platforms. This is also an advantage that they originally had in their transformation, because Google, the company behind YouTube, is not so friendly with the big bosses of the studios. As content providers, they are in the upstream industry chain and can earn a steady share of sales by dealing with channel providers like Netflix. Content providers are of course happy to see this. Anyway, they have always been a member of the industry in DVD and home entertainment, and they just want to get money. As for Netflix's competition with YouTube for the market of film and television content, the studios certainly don't care. They can cooperate with anyone who can pay for the copyright. The relationship here is also complicated. Offline has long been monopolized by several companies, and these companies are involved with each other. For example, Sony has reached a cooperation with YouTube, but it does not shy away from cooperating with Netflix. The market overlaps, and we will see who can hold on to the end. Anyway, there is no one dominant player now. After all, Blockbuster even tolerated and adjusted Netflix, so what else was there to fear? In 1993, Redstone acquired Paramount, and in 1994, he spent $8.4 billion to acquire 81.5% of Blockbuster's shares, almost having a certain content monopoly in Hollywood. By 1997, the combination of Blockbuster plus Paramount, with Viacom as a strong backer, Redstone occupied more than 90% of the offline market, of which Blockbuster had a total of more than 60,000 employees, and built more than 6,000 video disc distribution points at home and abroad. But in the new millennium, with capitals such as News Corporation entering the Hollywood market one after another, and internet giants such as Google and Amazon also seeing the huge potential of the content market, it has become a pattern of multiple strong companies rising together. Blockbuster quickly declined because it could not keep up with the trend, had bloated personnel, and was difficult to manage. In other words, there are many channel providers in the content market, and they are all powerful. The status of the studio has risen instead, and high quality content has become more popular. Chapter 747 Twilight. Subscribe, vote. After spending a long time with Eva, they have tried all kinds of positions, and their bodies are becoming more and more familiar. Early in the morning, Lemon hugged Eva, and woke up together. Eva asked lazily, "What time is it?" 10 minutes after 7. Lemon picked up the phone. "Are you going to the company?" "Yes, there is a new project." "Okay." Eva propped herself up, crawled over the naked Lemon, dressed and washed, and went to prepare breakfast. When Lemon was done, 2 blueberry jam toasts and 2 glasses of milk were already on the table. After eating, it was about 7:45 when they went out. The two got on Lincoln Business, and Lemon first sent Eva to CAA, where she had several advertising platforms these days, and then drove to Firefly. A few days ago, after several rounds of negotiations, Netflix successfully obtained the support of some content providers, including Firefly. At this stage, except for Lemon, all parties did not realize how much impact the streaming business could bring to the existing pattern of Hollywood, and simply thought that providing film sources for themselves would be beneficial. In order to obtain film and television content, Netflix can provide online viewing. The number of views of paid members is used to measure the distribution of benefits from purchasing copyrights. Therefore, content providers really think it is good, and are happy to open up a way to make money. After the theater is offline, the offline channels can still be played online to collect money. But Lemon is too clear about Netflix's potential. It is too late until the content providers, mainly Disney, discover the huge market of streaming media. At this time, no one really thinks Netflix can do anything. At this time, its main revenue is online DVD rental. Netflix bears the operating costs and express delivery services, and the profits from the sales are roughly 70% and 30%, 70% for content providers. In addition, the paying population they have cultivated is not as many as those who subscribe to TV channels such as HBO. There is no sufficient strength in any aspect. It is not up to the standard. Of course, whether Netflix is strong or not is a matter of later, and Firefly is not qualified to participate. It is useless to think too much, just keep paying attention. After a brief thought, work continues. John Filoni is more enthusiastic about the development of the Twilight series than Firefly. The main reason is that Firefly can shoot this project or not, and at most the performance will be less, but Lionsgate really wants to establish overseas channels by releasing this series, so that those people know that they can make a lot of money by cooperating with Lionsgate. Therefore, Lionsgate seems more urgent in the negotiation between the two parties. John Filoni even took the initiative to come to the Firefly headquarters to talk to Lyman. In the office, Lyman smiled and said, "Joseph has told me the details of the cooperation. I believe this will be a win-win situation." John Filoni also smiled. If possible, he still wants to buy the adaptation rights of the Twilight series at a high price, but unfortunately, Firefly has no intention of giving it up. After chatting with Joseph for a while, both of them are in the attitude of reaching a cooperation. There are occasional disputes, and the entanglement is also the issue of profit distribution, not the issue of whether to join forces. Lyman, don't worry. As long as the cooperation goes smoothly, Firefly will be Lionsgate's most reliable partner. John Filoni made a solemn promise. This time, the chat was even more pleasant. After the plan for cooperative development was set, the two parties found a time to sign the contract. There are two main points. First, the copyright belongs to Firefly, but Lionsgate has the right to participate in the operation of the copyright revenue, and after deducting other profits, Lionsgate has 30%. Second, the box office profits at home and abroad. The North American market belongs to Firefly. Lionsgate assists in distribution, and overseas, Lionsgate extracts 25% of the total revenue. In addition, Firefly needs to guarantee that in the next 5 years, it will operate at least 2 Twilight films, and take out no less than 10 film projects for Lionsgate to operate. In other words, in these 5 years, in addition to the Twilight project, other overseas distribution businesses will be allocated every year, and Firefly will also provide 2 film sources. Because Lionsgate needs to establish more sources of film sources. For this, the price Lionsgate paid was to bear the publicity and distribution expenses and give up all North American box office revenue. The content of the negotiation was decided by both parties to keep it confidential. It was mainly because they had their own concerns, and they didn't want to talk about it, even if they formed a group, and they cooperated silently. The time entered April. Juno, which has been screened for the 4th week, has accumulated a global box office of over $160 million, of which North America alone contributed more than $90 million. Of course, some regions are not interested in Juno, because this film does not have the element of global popularity, but generally speaking, the overseas regions combined can still be on par with North America. Early in the morning, Firefly Pictures convened a small meeting. There is a saying that goes, if you want performance, hold a meeting first. It is indeed necessary to clarify the ideas for the operation of the company. If you do things without knowing anything, it is definitely unreasonable. A team must have unified thoughts. Holding a meeting is to let everyone know the goals and how to implement them specifically. For example, the Twilight project that came to Firefly in advance is scheduled to be directed by Catherine Hardwicke. This woman, who came from an art background and rarely transformed into a director in the circle, even at the age of 52, still has girlish fantasies and romance. Lyman found her because of her control over teen-themed movies, because the use of the lens in her directorial debut 13, 2003, already had a Mary Sue flavor, with warm colors, short shots, and good use of side shots and close-ups. She did not focus on narrative innovation, but on the beauty of the lens. Of course, Catherine Hardwicke is still a little transparent, and her debut did not stir up any waves in the circle. The main reason is that Hollywood not only treats actresses differently, but also female directors. Catherine is not like Sophia, who has a big director father, so naturally she has a harder time. Twilight is the only project with a relatively high investment that she has received in so many years, with a total of $40 million. This movie has few special effects and few scenes. The whole process is filtered plus whitening, making the male and female protagonists beautiful, and making teenagers fantasize about love, which is almost successful. To be honest, it is almost the style of Kang Yeo's drama. The difference may be that the author Stephanie Meyer does not have a mistress complex, but the plot is also bloody. If you remove the magical background that comes in randomly, it will be more like it. However, Catherine was very satisfied with the project, which suited her taste. Can an old lady also have a girlish feeling? After receiving the invitation, her attitude was still very enthusiastic. How do you feel? Catherine held the script that had been slightly modified according to her requirements. Lyman, who was standing beside her, looked at her expression and thought that the effect might be good, but he still asked first. Catherine nodded repeatedly and tried to calm down her slightly excited mood. Really? The plot is better. I'm very satisfied with the changes. It's great. I love the studio that respects the director so much. Originally, I just tried to fight for it, but I didn't expect that Firefly really followed her ideas and removed some unnecessary plots in the original book, which she thought was unnecessary, to speed up the pace. So for a moment, Catherine didn't react to what words to respond. Lyman smiled and didn't want to say that this movie series completely inherited the style and atmosphere of your pioneering work. There will be a discussion meeting later. You are the project director. Let's listen together. The subject matter of the Twilight series itself is a representative of projects that don't cost much, but are very cost effective. For example, the 2005 film Summer of Jeans was very popular among girls, with a box office of $39 million, not to mention the more influential Harry Potter. In the original time and space, Twilight made $192.8 million in the United States and $392 million in the global box office with a production cost of $37 million, bringing spring to the Mary Sue film theme that was not mainstream before. To say why Twilight is so successful, it may be more romantic and more in line with girls' expectations, or the magical background adds a lot of points, covering up the bloody plot that is still very routine. Such success can only be said that the traffic market of Hollywood magic direction has been large enough in recent years, and movies related to werewolves and vampires have a considerable audience base in the United States. In the meeting room, Lyman looked at the production staff who had gathered and said, "Keep in touch with Dave Meyers and hurry up with the remake of The Hitchhiker." This was a suggestion from an employee in the screenwriting department, who also wrote a new script. The original work was a remake of the classic thriller of the same name in 1986. Of course, the box office of this movie was not high. Only $1.2 million was paid to get the remake rights. The investment budget was only $3.5 million. The intention of filming was to ensure that the distribution resources of Blue Butterfly Pictures would not be wasted, and there was not much expectation for the box office. Anyway, the original work was not very good. Chapter 748, Under the Wind. Please subscribe and vote. The Hitchhiker is a horror story that takes place on a highway. It would be more accurate to call it Death Highway. After this discussion, Lyman said, the first part of Twilight will be directed by Catherine Hardwicke, and Blake and Eva will be the producers. As for the behind the scenes personnel, Lyman looked at Catherine. Ms. Catherine, you can find people yourself. In addition, find an actress named Kristen Stewart, who played the heroine in The Little Snitch. I think she looks very good. Find a British actor named Robert Pattinson, who played Cedric Diggory in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Okay. Blake nodded, knowing what the focus of his role as the producer of this project was. Of course, it was to take good care of Eva and help her get familiar with the production work. Smart people should know. As for the actors, the candidates personally selected by Lyman have never failed, so just go and talk directly. After a small meeting, the efficiency was shockingly high. The filming hadn't started yet, but the crew had already set up half of the set, waiting for the exterior scenes, props, and costumes to be in place. Director Catherine, who was sitting on the side and listening, was stunned. She wanted to know how Firefly made movies. Was the process so fast? This was too amazing. You know, when she worked with other production studios, it took half a month just to select actors without auditions. They even forgot that their male and female leading roles had been decided, and her opinions had not been consulted. Of course, Catherine still had the right to choose the remaining roles. Although it was a bit unhappy, she had to nod her head because she had more seniority than him and was an investor. Finally, a list was released, The Hitcher, directed by Dave Meyers, with a production budget of $3.5 million, and the rest is to be determined. Twilight, directed by Catherine Hardwicke, with a production budget of $40 million. The female lead Isabella, tentatively Kristen Stewart. The male lead vampire Edward, tentatively Robert Pattinson. The rest is to be determined, but most of the castings are newcomers. The standard was set, and the crew acted quickly. Robert Pattinson had not yet entered Hollywood to develop. Even though he played a small supporting role in Goblet of Fire, he was mainly in the UK, and had a little fame among the new male actors. In the original Time and Space, Catherine would first determine Kristen to play Isabella, and then take her to interview Edward one by one, looking for the one with the best screen couple, and then choose Robert. In this life, it won't be so troublesome. Kristen Stewart is not as experienced as Robert Pattinson. Hollywood has a crop of newcomers every year, but few actresses really make it. She is still lucky. She debuted as a child star and had more opportunities than others, so she was chosen by the Twilight crew. As for her looks, Kristen has them, but she has some troubles herself. Her private life. If she had gone for a pure persona, she probably wouldn't have made it, but as long as she paid some attention, the American people would be very open-minded about this aspect. After comprehensive consideration, she was still chosen. In a Mary Sue magical drama, the actor's looks are very important, giving people a sense of substitution. Ben Bernanke is already over 50 years old. From scholars to politicians, he has experienced too much. He received a bachelor's degree in literature from Harvard University in 1975 and a doctorate from MIT in 1979. He taught at Princeton University for 17 years and served as the head of the economics department. Since 1987, he has been a visiting scholar at the Federal Reserve. During this period, he worked at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia from 1987 to 1989, the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston from 1989 to 1990, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York twice from 1990 to 1991 and from 1994 to 1996. In 2002, he was appointed as a member of the Federal Reserve Board by Bush. In June 2005, Bernanke served as chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisers. On February 1, 2006, he succeeded Greenspan as chairman of the Federal Reserve. Along the way, his position has become higher and higher, and he has become more cautious in doing things. He is a financial expert with rich theories and experience. Even if Paulson pointed out the subprime mortgage problem, he really thinks it can be controlled, and inflation is stable, and some bad businesses can be cleared and reduced. After several weeks of meetings and discussions, he discussed with major investment banks, raised the lending threshold and interest rates, and reduced market enthusiasm. If it is implemented slowly, the pressure will be reduced soon. On March 28, Bernanke issued a statement that the impact of subprime mortgages on the market has been controlled. The news came out, and the US stock market continued to rise in April, hitting a record high. But in such a prosperous day, few people noticed another hidden danger, the problem of the real estate market. In addition, the financial market is usually dominated by two emotions, greed or fear. In the case of rising house prices, the former is undoubtedly the main theme of the market. Therefore, even if the major credit institutions are reminded by the Federal Reserve and other businesses are tightened, subprime loans related to real estate are still provided to borrowers who are not qualified enough. Anyway, house prices have been rising, and if they can't repay the loan, they will confiscate the house to pay off the debt. Not to mention that there are many operations in capitalist society. It's okay to just borrow money. A small number of people can't pay it back, and it's a bad debt at most. As long as the overall economic situation keeps rising, it's not a problem. But major credit institutions and investment banks have turned subprime loans into financial products. Specifically, those subprime loans have long been packaged and sold by financial institutions. This process is legal and reasonable, and there is no deception. The principle is as follows. If I have a loan of 1 million, the default rate is 0.1% and the interest income for 10 years is 200,000. Then I will package and sell this loan now and only need 1.05 million in cash. Then institution B will think about it and after calculation, think that this transaction is profitable and will buy this loan. Institution A's view, he immediately got 1.05 million in cash for his 1 million loan, and in B's view, he got an asset with low risk and good returns in the long run, and everyone is satisfied. However, Institution B's plan does not stop there. He securitized this loan. In other words, the loan was divided into 10,000 shares, and anyone can buy a securitized product of this loan, and wait for the return. So the securitized subprime loans entered the market again, and were held by more people. And the bankers' creativity is not only that. In order to avoid the concentrated outbreak of defaults of these subprime loans, they also securitize loans from different regions and different credit ratings at the same time, and then mixed them together to spread the risk. From a certain perspective, this is very scientific. Because the possibility of defaults in all regions and all people at the same time is very small. So these assets were bought back by financial institutions and individual investors around the world. This is one of the main reasons why the subprime mortgage crisis that broke out in the United States caused a global financial crisis. In other words, the hidden dangers of subprime mortgages that the Federal Reserve warned of were artificially ignored by everyone in the real estate sector because real estate has been rising. As long as it does not fall, the asset loan business around real estate will always be profitable. Profitable things do not need to be reminded by others, and everyone is pursuing this process to the maximum. The number of newly built houses in the United States climbed to about 2.3 million in January 2006, and reached 2.65 million in 2007. What if there are too many houses and no one lives in them? In response to this, credit institutions have lowered the threshold for housing loans again, allowing more poor people to join this game. The so-called regulation. Capitalists and Wall Street elites have their own ideas. What can the Federal Reserve do? Bernanke probably didn't expect these people to play so well. With the further prosperity of the financial market, in the Firefly building, Lyman was discussing things with Joseph. How is the investigation I asked you to do? Its operating conditions have always been poor. In fact, if Javier hadn't reorganized the board of directors after taking over, it would have ended in the 1990s. Joseph answered briefly. What they discussed was, of course, Marvel, which Lyman always paid attention to. The company went bankrupt several times and was sold to DC at a bargain price. As long as Warner could bear the debt, it was rejected twice. In 1991, Perelman, another vampire who did not pay attention to development and only wanted to make money, took over Marvel and operated Marvel's listing. After the listing, in order to raise the stock price, Marvel continued to acquire, buying and releasing good news all the way. In the end, Perelman cashed out and left. Marvel went bankrupt again, until Javier took over, which stabilized the situation. But because of the crazy acquisitions in those years, Marvel has a lot of non-performing assets and debts. Even if superheroes are the trend of adaptation, they are still struggling. More importantly, it is more difficult for banks to lend money now. Oh, except for real estate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 Marvel Dilemma, Subscriptions, Votes. Marvel, Lyman has been thinking about it for a long time. It started when he was thinking about how to upgrade the business. If you just want to achieve global distribution and even better profits, then you just need to continuously produce excellent and popular film and television dramas. This is why independent film companies are like spring breezes, and several of them rush into the box office list every year, but none of them last long and are unstable. How was DreamWorks split up? How was New Line acquired? The reason is that the output can't keep up with the profit. Once the capital chain has problems, they have to bow their heads. Therefore, in the era of Big Hype, as long as the resources controlled by Marvel can be well developed and realized, from film coverage to peripherals, and even increase the popularity of comics, it will feed back to the establishment of character images. Marvel is a gold mine, and the best acquisition target for sinking channels. They started with comics. In the 1980s, they occupied the largest market share of American comics, higher than DC. Of course, at that time, DC was already busy developing film and television dramas, and the two had different focuses. Now, after Aviera took over, Marvel has its own toy factory, stores, and Marvel Film and Television in addition to the comic business. It can complement the shortcomings of Firefly. Not to mention, 2007 was a good time for acquisition. In the original time and space, banks increased the difficulty of borrowing for unfavorable enterprises. Marvel relied on continuous borrowing to maintain operations. After raising the threshold, it was almost suffocated by debt. In the end, Marvel's management was forced to take a gamble and take out most of its character rights to borrow $400 million from Merrill Lynch to shoot its own movies. If Iron Man is not successful, Marvel will definitely be finished. Why dare to burn the boats? Because once it goes bankrupt, the funds invested by all shareholders on the board will shrink a lot. In other words, it is a loss if you don't fight, so it's better to make a big one. Since 2000, Marvel has always had the momentum to adapt works, but they are all assisted by other studios in development, such as The Punisher and Blade. Marvel is an outsider, and the idea is to cooperate, mainly and realize the character assets. If they were not forced to do it, they really dare not develop independently. On the other hand, after Lyman planned to intervene in this industry, he naturally asked someone to investigate Marvel. As Joseph said, nobody paid attention to Marvel at that time. The most valuable types, such as Spider-Man, X-Men, Hulk, and Fantastic Four, were all sold. The remaining second-rate characters were not taken seriously by the major studios. In addition, there were too few truly excellent assets within Marvel. Even the toy factory was struggling to maintain, and there was no room for comparison with companies like Hasbro. After all, DC even failed to make Superman, and Marvel was left with some rags. If they wanted to take over, they would have to bear huge debts and divest bad assets. Who would do such a troublesome thing? This is also why Marvel was not sold several times, but was used by some Wall Street vampires for financial operations and selling assets at a low price. At this time, Marvel, not counting debts, was valued at about $900 million, which was seriously inflated. Adding debts, it was close to $1.67 billion. If Firefly wanted to take over completely, it would be a big burden, and it would have to borrow money. After 2 years of hard work, excluding the funds for maintaining operations and some project funds, roughly $1.1 billion can be withdrawn. However, Blue Butterfly Pictures also needs to develop, so $900 million to $1 billion is still within the scope of operation. There is no need to say much about the value of Marvel. It is only because of historical legacy and management problems that it has developed slowly. Even if it has a little money, it has to be returned to the bank. Although Aviera only spent $50 million to take over Marvel, now Lyman has to spend more than $1 billion to have the possibility of full control. But after the popularity of Spider-Man, Marvel's stock price rose and the situation has improved a lot. If it hadn't encountered the hidden dangers of subprime loans and banks tightened their lending business, Marvel might still be able to make a living. Anyway, it has survived for so many years. CAA, Death Star Building. Lyman met Brian Lord, one of the 5 core managers. The two are old friends and have worked together for a long time, so they are naturally friendly. Of course, Lyman didn't come this time to build friendships, but for Marvel. CAA has always had a tradition of pimping. When Sony acquired Columbia, it was Michael Ovitz who assisted and finally collected kickbacks. The main reason is that it is easy to expose intentions if Marvel shareholders, big and small, are contacted one by one, and it will raise their expectations, resulting in a lot of unnecessary spending. No one wants Marvel, so the value is low. If there is a sucker who takes over, you can see whether they will raise the price. Lyman does not want to be cut off by others. Taking on debts is already the limit he can agree to. Therefore, He asked people to buy from the stock market while starting from Marvel. The latter requires the help of someone with a lot of connections, and CAA is naturally suitable for this job. After explaining the purpose, Brian Lord was naturally happy to accept it with the channel information and network of contacts he had. Anyway, if it succeeded, he would definitely not miss a big red envelope. However, he felt that Lyman was not doing his job properly. You are a production studio, and you don't make movies properly. It's a bit too much to take it for granted to acquire a messy comic entertainment company. Brian Lord thought about it and knew that what Lyman was eyeing was Marvel's IP image, but the problem was that Warner couldn't handle DC, and the development was not going smoothly. What was there to pay attention to about Marvel without Spider-Man and X-Men? If Warner wanted to develop Marvel, it could have acquired it 20 years earlier. However, this was someone else's business, and he was only responsible for helping to make connections and earn benefits, and it seemed that he didn't have to worry about anything. 2 days later, the two met for the second time. This time, Brian Lord took out a thick stack of documents. It contained Marvel's internal financial details in recent years, as well as information on major shareholders, including Marvel's unhealthy assets, bank recognition, and debt situation. More importantly, even the detailed information of the management, power factions, etc., were investigated by CAA. No wonder Sony liked to find CAA to matchmaking back then. With these channel information, acquisition actions were greatly facilitated. At the beginning, Michael Ovitz was elected the first in the Hollywood Power List for 3 consecutive years. The connections and information that CAA can accumulate are really amazing. Brian Lord smiled and said, Sony's acquisition of Columbia for $3.4 billion and Panasonic's acquisition of Universal for $6.6 billion were operated by us. For a small company like Marvel, it is actually simpler. As long as we get the support of most of their shareholders, we can reorganize and delist after the transaction is completed. Private operation. Lyman glanced at Brian and said, I personally look forward to cooperating with CAA. If it is successful, 4% of the total transaction amount, the lower the price, the higher the share. How about it? Brian Lord's expression finally changed subtly. His smile became stronger and more sincere. Benefits? Who doesn't like it when it is given in place? Mr. Last, we will complete the acquisition negotiations of Marvel Entertainment. Please wait patiently for a while. Thank you very much. The transaction profit involving tens of millions of US dollars, and it is also their senior management's profit sharing. This motivation is still enough. As of April 20th, Juno, which has been screened for more than a month, has accumulated $113 million in North American box office, $140 million overseas, and $253 million worldwide, which makes people in the industry very envious that Firefly has developed another low-cost dark horse and made a lot of money. In addition, there is the casting of Twilight. After receiving the invitation, Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson were inexplicably excited and quickly signed a long-term contract. Of course, the main actors, including supporting roles, are all long-term contracts for the series. The 2 actors who have not yet become famous have very low net worth and have no confidence to negotiate prices. They are afraid that the opportunity will slip away, so Robert's first salary is $3 million and Kristen's is even less, $2.2 million, because she is an actress. Hollywood rules. Warner Studio, Twilight set. The selected actors are trying on costumes and rehearsing. Because some preparations have not been completed, the shooting time is estimated to be in early June, but it does not prevent them from working hard for it, hoping to seize this opportunity to gain fame. After all, actors all know that Firefly's play promotes people. In the afternoon, Lyman came over. Kristen Stewart was curious and watched, and saw Lyman casually glanced at her and ignored her. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This man is a big man in the industry. If she could hold on to his thighs, like Eva, who has no shortage of resources, and can also transform into a producer with higher status and power, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, people don't pay much attention to her. I heard from my agent that he personally chose this role for me. Is it just because it's suitable? He didn't think about anything else? Oh, why am I more disappointed? He comes and goes like the wind, and he's gone again. Chapter 750 Internal Troubles, Subscriptions, Votes. April has started to get hot. Avi Arad, dressed in a formal suit, walked slowly in the corridor of Marvel Entertainment. He was not worried about Lyman's visit, and even had some expectations. He had inquired about Firefly's strength, but he didn't know much, but the cash flow was healthy, because their movies were always profitable. Recently, a movie box office exceeded 250 million. Think about the assets this man has. If he wants to join the Marvel family, he will definitely be the first to agree. These days, who doesn't like shareholders with strong financial resources? As a toy factory that started out as a company, most of his business is to take on the needs of Marvel Comics. He is a rare person who pays more attention to Marvel. Otherwise, he would not take the initiative to take on the mess and leave his job as the director of a good toy factory to run to owe a lot of debts. If it weren't for him, Marvel would have been gone long ago. It's not an exaggeration to describe him as Marvel's savior. He really wants to make Marvel bigger and stronger. Since he took office, he no longer sold the character images at low prices, but instead actively moved closer to the film and television industry. It can be seen that he is a person with ideas. When Lyman saw him, he was smiling and friendly. The two exchanged pleasantries and sat down. Avi Arad didn't know that this man was here to acquire Marvel Entertainment, otherwise he would not have been so polite. Lyman didn't know that this man had such positive ideas, so he just said, "Mr. General Manager of Marvel, can you tell me how much profit it makes each year?" Avi Arad frowned when he heard it. How could such a thing be so casual? There was no way to discuss it face to face. He had to listen to me talk about the prospects of Marvel and then invest in shares. Whether to join the board of directors or not had to be discussed carefully. But I know. Lyman ignored him and talked about Marvel's profit and expenditure from 2004 to 2006. Avi Arad felt cold in his heart. First, the man in front of him seemed to be well prepared and didn't seem to be here to invest. Second, why was he so familiar with their company's internal accounts? What did he want to do? Marvel is having a hard time, Lyman continued. Now let me explain again. I want to acquire Marvel in full. Are you willing to talk about this? The corresponding demands showed that Avi Arad was already in a very bad mood. Lyman saw this and took his leave. He came to see if Avi Arad was willing to give up, but it seems that after so many years in charge of Marvel, he is no longer the toy factory director. What he wants more is status, not money. Avi Arad didn't want to talk, so he had to slowly disintegrate from the inside. Otherwise, this matter would be easier. In the afternoon, Brian Lord took the initiative to invite. Arad came out of the office and drove away in the eyes of some employees. After going to the country club, thinking of Lyman's visit before, and then people like Brian also came to him, it was hard not to have thoughts in his mind, but he still agreed to the polite invitation. See what he says. As soon as he entered the lounge, Arad raised his lips slightly and said with a mocking smile, "Why are you interested in asking me out today? Haha, don't think too much." Brian didn't care and eagerly pulled Arad to sit down. "Is it about the acquisition?" Arad was not polite. "Ask UCAA to be a lobbyist? Is it a good thing for you to find a buyer and unload the burden at this time?" "Oh, a good thing," Arad said lightly, "but I don't want to." "Do you think so, sir? I've been here for so many years. How can I let it go easily?" Arad softened his attitude and expressed his thoughts. "However, if Firefly is willing to join, it may not be impossible. I personally can give up half of my shares, and there should be someone on the board of directors who is willing. I agree that both parties want to have this relationship. Yes, the regulations must also ensure that the management remains unchanged. What do you think?" Avi Arad chuckled twice, not at all angry, because his little thoughts were exposed. CAA is someone he can't afford to offend, and he doesn't want to ruin the relationship. As long as you agree to it, you can get a large sum of cash in return. Why would you not want to? With this money, the return will be many times more than the investment? Brian asked. Arad shook his head slightly. Why do you think he wants to acquire Marvel? He is a director. He has a production studio and distribution channels. Why do you say it's for confidence in success? Who knows? It has nothing to do with me. Ered sighed. Blade barely made a profit, the Hulk lost money, and Spider-Man was successful, but it won't last long. Why should he take such a big risk? Full ownership? There is no room for negotiation on this. He stole my things. Okay, I'll persuade him when I get back. If he doesn't give way, it will be more troublesome. The two exchanged ideas and left in a friendly manner. For a listed company with unhealthy finances, shareholders' sense of security is inevitably insufficient. Moreover, Marvel's controlling party and management have also had many conflicts, but there was no inducement, and they were worried about asset returns, so they were covered up. It is conceivable that once there is a sucker willing to take over, it will definitely attract some of the controlling parties to cash out and leave. If Firefly is really allowed to join Marvel, the core managers headed by Avi Arad and Ike Parham will not be able to continue to work at Marvel. In other words, the top management must be replaced, and the middle and lower levels must be wooed as much as possible, because what Lyman wants is a relatively complete Marvel, not an empty shell with all the talents gone. Although these two people are very knowledgeable and have ideas, and the future has proved their success, Lyman can't tolerate it. Marvel does not allow other voices to appear, especially these two people are very close to each other. The controlling party has tried to insert their own people several times, but they were rejected. This is also the reason for Lyman's change of attitude. To put it bluntly, before Lyman approached Marvel, the core management and some shareholders had differences. They had shares, and Arad and others were unwilling to give up more power. They fought with each other several times, and the victims among them were resigned every year. The next evening, Arad's mansion was brightly lit. Several old friends gathered together to deal with the acquisition crisis. However, everyone had some worries on their faces, mainly because Marvel's assets were indeed unhealthy as Lyman said. If it weren't for the recent popularity of Spider-Man and the profits of comics and toy factories, they might have to sell their son to make up for the losses. Several managers have done this before, and the Hulk and others were all lost in this way. And they sold it thoroughly, leaving no corresponding character copyrights. Just when they were planning to win over large and small shareholders, making people feel that they had more room for development in controlling Marvel, and giving everyone confidence, Arad's assistant hurriedly reported they refused, and said that the shares had been sold, and there was a lot of dissatisfaction in their words. Avi Arad was shocked and annoyed when he heard this, mainly because he had not been enthusiastic about some small shareholders in the past, and even because these shareholders always wanted to unite and push him down. The two sides had already torn their faces. If no one took over, it would be fine, and they would just regard this investment as a bad one. But when CAA sent people to contact them and said that Firefly was willing to talk at a suitable price, they agreed one by one very quickly. The method of united shareholders to resist was not easy to implement. Sir, the Bank of America wants us to repay the loan as soon as possible, and they are unwilling to continue lending. This is another bad news. Bank of America is one of the banks that they owe the most debts to, and now they are also doing this. Avi Arad has learned about CAA's network ability. He had heard about it before, but he had not experienced it in person, so how could he be so intuitive? Moreover, once several creditor banks jointly force repayment, Marvel's daily operations will be affected. This is to get me out. Why can't we sit down and talk properly? It's not that you don't want to release shares, but you want so much, and you don't leave any room. What's this? What's this? Avi Arad was furious. Immediately, notify the department management to hold a meeting. After saying that, he angrily ended the party. But the premise for the original Marvel to let go of the debt problem was that the controlling party and the management barely reached an agreement, and the independent development project was also a gamble. But now there is a better choice, who is willing to take money to bet on whether the project can succeed. The capitalists are not stupid, and everyone knows which risk is greater. At the meeting, the proposal to mortgage the copyright of the comic characters and make a movie was not passed. It was not until Brian Lord visited again that Avi Arad whispered, how about I only keep 5% of the shares, or even give up the position of chairman and only keep the shareholder seat? He said, a full acquisition. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.